Testing. Can you guys hear me? One, two, three. We got Raph in here. We got Life Will Change. We got Akuma. We got Douglas. We got Abomination. We got AJ. We got Abstract. We got John. We got Tavon. What's up, guys? Just give me a little bit. I was waiting for my dinner to get here. Had ordered me some Solid Works. When they had some solid for dinner. So this is my first meal this is my first meal today. This is my first meal of today. I had fun last night streaming with you guys. I regretted it the next day though. I ended up going to bed real late. But it was worth it. I had fun with you guys. So what we're going to do tonight, we're going to continue where we left off with the tier list. This time I'm not going to get sidetracked. I'm going to save a lot of the discussion that we had during this tier list. I'm going to save that for a real talk stream. Good man. Did I play the NES back in the day? Of course I did. I got all the classic consoles. My first gameplay experience was Legend of Zelda on the NES. My dad's a gamer. I'm a gamer because of my dad. My family are gamers. My mom played games. My mom more so played the rhythm games, and the puzzle games. Now my sister was a gamer. She played some fighting games. She played action adventure games. She even played RPGs as well. But everybody in my family, we all gamers. And so I had to prep up, get a meal in real quick. As some of you guys pour in. What's up, Zombie? So I'm gonna chow down for a second, and then we're gonna start. The amazing part about having siblings, I didn't really need friends. I didn't have to go to a friend's house. Or my father created friends for me, and that's my siblings. So I never had any issues to play multiplayer games. Cause I had my brothers and my sisters, and my sister. So every time I had a multiplayer game, we all played together. Especially on the Nintendo 64. Yeah, I have a Sega Genesis. That was my first console that I owned myself. My parents bought me. My dad had an NES. My dad had a Sega Genesis, but he bought me a Sega Genesis too. Also in my household, my dad didn't play that. There was no such thing in my house growing up that we had to share a console. No. We had our own individual consoles. If my dad had a PlayStation, I had a PlayStation. Then eventually my brother had a PlayStation. If my dad had a Nintendo 64, I had a 64. Yep. We had our own televisions. And we had our own consoles. That's how it was in my house. Now, my brother Keo, I was the gamer. My brother Keo was more into playing with toys, like, Power Rangers, GI Joes. My brother played video games with me growing up, but he was more so into toys. So he more so had toys than consoles. His first console that he had himself, that mom and dad bought for him, was the PlayStation. He really started becoming a gamer once the PlayStation came out. But I was the one with most of the consoles. I had the Sega Genesis. I had the Super Nintendo. and he just played my console with me when we had multiplayer games. But he more so played with toys and stuff like that. It wasn't to the PS1 when my brother got away from playing with toys and just became a straight on gamer after that. Keo, DX Strike, my baby brother, same thing. His first actual console was the Nintendo 64 because he was a baby at the time, so he had mostly toys. He didn't really start gaming it until the Nintendo 64. Yeah, so every time a new console came out, my dad pre-ordered me and him the new console. So when the Dreamcast came out, Dad had a Dreamcast and I had a Dreamcast. When the PS2 came out, my dad pre-ordered a PS2 for him and a PS2 for me. Now plus I'm the oldest, so my brother Keo, he trailed right behind me. So if I got a PS2 the year that it came out, Keo would get a PS2 the next year, like for Christmas or on his birthday. That's how it worked. What's up, Rudy? Now, I had toys myself. I was a big Batman fan. So, especially when the Tim Burton Batmans with Michael Keaton, I had all the action figures. I had the Batmobile too. I had the Batplane. And I had every X-Men action figure. And I had Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, Gambit. I had Jubilee. I had all the X-Men figures, and it came with a backpack that you snap onto their back and you press the button and they talk. I had all the X-Men. My brother had Captain America. He had the Captain America car with the shield on the front of the car. I can go all day about toys. Yeah, the brown Wolverine. I had the brown Wolverine. You remember the Cyclops with not with the one with the hair exposed like the cartoon series. The old Cyclops. He had the full cap over his head with the visor. Yeah, I had all that. And G.I. Joes. I was a big fan. And then G.I. Joes started creating Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. So I had G.I. Joe versions of Mortal Kombat characters and Street Fighter characters. So I had a bunch of toys. And my favorite toy, the Dragon Ball Z figures, I had them, but they weren't really toys. You really couldn't do much with them. They didn't really. Most of them stayed in like a single pose, and you couldn't really move them around and stuff like that. They were okay. The Dragon Ball Z figures. One of my favorite toy sets I had was Mighty Max. Who remember Mighty Max? So before we even get into the tier list, or whatever, we can go here first because I'm still eating. I want to finish eating first before we start the tier list. But Mighty Max. This is in the early 90s. Here we go. Mighty Max. Now you gotta remember, back in the day, there was a lot of gender-specific toys. Boys had Mighty Max and girls had Polly Pocket. So my sister got Polly Pocket. This was the Mighty Max. Me and my brother Keo had this. This is the 90s. They were like little miniatures. And you collect them. These are the commercials I grew up with in the early 90s. Yeah, you collect a bunch of them. Mighty Max, and then they had a cartoon. Oh man, I love Mighty Max, man. Yep, I had all of them. Me and Kia. My dad made sure My dad made sure to collect them for us. Yeah, so that was Mighty Max, man. I love Mighty Max. But yeah, my toy phase didn't last that long because I had toys and video games, but video games was just that thing for me. So I didn't really play with toys too long. I had the Pokemon cards too. Pokemon cards was like, especially in Philly, they were such a big deal. So much of a big deal, they were banned in our school. Because kids was getting robbed, kids was getting stabbed and shot over them. Yup. Pokemon cards was really popular. I used to have mine I never battled with my cards though. Because I didn't know how to battle. And everybody I knew didn't know how to battle. Everybody just collected cards and trade. Oh, that's dad. That's my dad. He playing God of War. That was my dad yelling in the background playing God of War. Then my childhood. What's up, DJ Gaming? My childhood with my brother was fun. We couldn't really afford U cards. We made our own cards, cut them out, and play against each other. Yeah, I had a bunch. Now at the time, by the time Yu-Gi-Oh came out, I was in high school, so I was buying my own cards. Yeah, I had a job and everything. Ragnarok, I think. I think my dad's playing Ragnarok. My dad's trying to catch up on his backlog. That's what I did. But oh yeah, I made comics. I made comics a long time ago with my notebook. I used to staple the papers together. I used to do that during my free time in class. And I'm trying to remember. One of the comic book series I had was called Heroes of Today and Tomorrow. Yo, what's up, Kalel? Yeah, that's dad playing God of War in his room. Yeah, the name of my comic was called Heroes of Today and Tomorrow. It was like a crossover of everything I liked, and I had some original characters. We had You had Power, yeah. You had Power Kid. That was my character that I made. His name was Power Kid, and then the villain was named Ball Man. He was kind of like he looked like kind of like Vector Man, but he had like a vest and he had all these balls and stuff. He was the villain, and then it was like a crossover. I had Powerpuff Girls fighting Cell from Dragon Ball Z. I had Cloud joining forces with Goku. That was in my little comic book that I made when I was in school. What do you mean? What I know about Vector Man? Dude, I'm 37 years old. I know Vector Man. I know a lot about Vector Man. I'm 37 years old with a 15-year-old daughter. And I used to make my own Warhammer. I used to make my own Warhammer game. Like the tabletop game. My brother DX Strike used to have he had the Fisher Price castle set, and he had the Fisher Price big pirate ship, and he had all the knights with the swords and shields, with the black armor, the gold armor. Then you had the pirates and stuff, and then I took my Final Fantasy IX characters, the small characters that I miniatures that I had of Final Fantasy IX, and I had and then I had a couple generic like soldiers and stuff, and we used to sit downstairs and dog. We was like, I was in high school, like 9th grade, but we didn't have no room to be able to be able to hold Warhammer stuff, like figures and stuff like that at the time. So we used to make our own Warhammer like stuff. So we used to take the big Fisher Price castle and the pirate ship, and we used to play this with my little brother and stuff. And it started out with me playing with my little brother, but it ended up getting so popular because we used to have the measuring tape. We used to come up with our own stats and stuff like that. We used to have a bunch of dice. And we actually used to play like 40K, but we're our own way of playing 40K. And then we used to have our own background music just playing like on the boombox or whatever like that. It was funny. It was very, very, very funny. Okay, so we can get into this tier list. All right, let me put this here. All right, I just want to make sure I got everything right. Okay. All right, we'll get back into the tier list. So, as you can see, I reorganized the tier list with better descriptions and stuff like that. I have the unforgettable experience category. I also have must play, acquired taste, and guilty pleasure. That's how we're going to do it. That's how we're going to organize all this. So, we're going to get right into it. Alright, so Crash Bandicoot is going to go for unforgettable experiences because my dad actually filmed this on camcorder because our grandfather had lent dad his camcorder. So I actually have this Christmas on camera footage. So when I do like a little retrospective or retro video, I definitely want to show that footage when I was a little kid and everything for this Christmas because we actually had footage of this on Christmas. Crash Bandicoot also means a lot to me because Crash Bandicoot, it was a representation and it represented me getting my PlayStation for the first time. And I got it on Christmas. I got my PlayStation 1 on Christmas. My dad got PS1 on launch. I didn't get my PlayStation until the next year on Christmas. So this was one of the games that I got for my PlayStation was Crash Bandicoot, the very first Crash Bandicoot. And as I said before, my dad had the camcorder and he was filming me as I was playing the game. And man, this was the first time I had a PlayStation of my own. And this 3D platformer, man, challenged the fuck out of me. And the thing about Crash Bandicoot is it was one of those games to where I played, did Mario 64 come out yet? Yeah, Mario 64 after playing all that. But having Crash Bandicoot and everything, this game right here was the first time I ever felt super, super frustrated playing the game. And in fact, I never even completed the first Crash Bandicoot game. Still to this very day, I never went back and completed it. Because that's how hard it was. It challenged your platforming skills. It challenged your patience and everything. But it also really highlighted the power of the PlayStation itself. Especially when it comes to 3D gaming and 3D platforming. Because it really did. And I think the frustrating part about Crash Bandicoot games, especially the first game, is that you really couldn't judge your jumps because of how static the camera angle was depending on where you was at on certain levels and everything. But I remember I played Crash Bandicoot 1 for hours. I played my PlayStation 1 that same day that I opened my PlayStation. My dad had to return it and get me a new. We had a warranty on it because I played this so much, my PlayStation so much that day. For some reason, it overheated and it burnt it out. It wouldn't turn back on or anything. So my dad, the next day, my dad had to take the PlayStation back and he got me a new one because it burnt out. That's how much I played Crash Bandicoot. I was in love with Crash Bandicoot. I loved the first game. And to me, in my personal opinion, out of all the Crash Bandicoot games, no other Crash Bandicoot game can really stack up to the first game. Because I ended up getting Crash Bandicoot 2. I beat that one. I did beat that one. I never beat the first game, but I did beat the second game. But I didn't really like the second game too much. And then I had got the third game and just lost interest. The first Crash Bandicoot game was my favorite. Yo, what's up, Code? What's going on, Loyal? Yep. So that was Crash Bandicoot. An unforgettable experience for me. It reminded me of so much of at that time. This represented me getting my PlayStation, my very own PlayStation. Let's see what we got. Okay, Alundra 2. Alundra 2. This was a game, definitely acquired taste. Alundra, if you guys don't know what Alundra is, this was PlayStation's answer to Zelda. Yeah, this was Alundra 2 right here was Sony PlayStation's answer to Legend of Zelda. The first game I never got a chance to get. My cousin Zion, my cousin Miles, he had got the game for his PlayStation. His dad bought it for him for his PlayStation. But for some reason, I had so many games, and Alundra was always that series that I overlooked for some strange reason. I wanted to get it, but I never end up getting it. I end up getting something else every time I had the opportunity to get it. So this time when Alundra 2 was announced, and Alundra 2 has no connection to the first game. It's a totally different protagonist, totally different world and everything. So I said, okay, Alundra 2 is coming out. Let me go get this game. And this time I'm able to, have an Alundra game of my own. And when I first got the game, I ended up not really feeling it too much. I got it on my birthday or whatever. I really wanted the game, but it ended up not being the game that I thought it was going to be. But over time, as I kept playing and playing the game, I grew to love the game. So Alundra, if you don't know what it is, we'll type it in right here. Alundra PS1. Then I'll show you Alundra 2, the game that I end up getting. So here's Alundra. Of course, you got an elf-like character, protagonist. The first game, but I never was interested for the sequel. Yeah, this was their Zelda. This was PlayStation's Zelda. And then, like I said, the protagonist, he's an elf. He reminds you of Link. And everything. So, for some strange reason, I had never picked up this game at all, the first game. Never picked it up. Never picked it up at all. Even though it was so much advertisements on it, I never grabbed the game. So when part 2 was showing off in PlayStation Magazine, in the PlayStation Magazine, I was like, okay, I think this will be my chance to actually get Alundra, get into the Alundra series. So I guess Alundra 2 probably didn't do too well because we never saw Alundra anymore. We never saw this series. I think this is a series that can come back. They can reshape it, refine it. If Sony wants to have a Zelda-like type of series, I think they can probably do it if they wanted to. Yo, what's up, Neo? What's up, Osmond? Now, Alundra 2 we're gonna do Alundra 2. I got this on my birthday. My father bought it for me because I wanted it for my birthday. I got that on that birthday. I had got the Neo Geo Pocket, and I have Pocket Color. I had got the Neo Geo. My dad got me the Neo Geo Pocket Color with SNK versus Capcom. And what else? And what was the other? I had another in Sonic. Well, it came with Sonic. So I had got Alundra 2. and I had got the Neo Geo Pocket Color with 2 games. That was what I wanted for my birthday, and because the Neo Geo Pocket Color was expensive as shit too. But here's Alundra 2. Is a really, like, the art design and everything. It's kind of weird, but this was Alundra 2 right here for the PS1. Excuse me. Yeah, it was pretty, like it was pretty weird. The art design, the direction it went to go. But over time, as I started playing the game, I ended up liking it. Because at first I didn't like it. I was kind of like disappointed. Because it didn't turn out to be the game that I was hoping it was going to be like. Because the box art, I liked the box art, the front, the cover of it. But it didn't end up being what I thought it was going to be. Yup. So this was Alundra. Oh, I knew I forgot something. Like, hold up, guys. Let me grab this real quick. 1 second. All right, cool. I'm just grabbing this. Go to pictures, tier, item, bam. Let me go back to the tier list and add this real quick. Perfect. All right, now we go back to the tier list. It was unique, Legend 2, but I grew to love it. Yeah, I grew to. Oh, what's up, Dragon? What's going on? Yeah, happy Easter, man. Yeah, so Alundra 2, yeah, Alundra 2, I grew to love it over time. Grew to love it. Let me see. So the next game, Mario Party. All right, Mario Party was another unforgettable experience. The first Mario Party game. I didn't really care too much for the other Mario Party games. They weren't for me. The games weren't as fun as the first game. The first game was fun, like, especially mom and dad used to play with us too. But the reason why I say it's an unforgettable experience is because Mario Party ruined friendships. Mario Party ruined friendships. And what do I mean by that? Mario Party was a super competitive game. Super competitive game. And when you had to collect all those stars by the end in order to win, and you get to these points on the board to where you pray to God that your friend or your relatives won't steal your star from you, and the mini games and how competitive it was. And then if you played the game by yourself against the CPU was cheating. It was too damn good. Everything about Mario Party was just fucking fun. It was epic. Fucking epic. And we used to play the game for hours. And when I say the salt used to flow within everybody, when they either got their star stolen, or they lost their coins, whatever the case may be, or you fucked them up on the board game itself, whatever it was, people got in, like, friends, relatives, everybody used to get in their feelings. I mean, we used to take it personal. When I say Mario Party ruined friendships, Mario Party ruined friendships. Making that win, chance time, me it's bitch. And my favorite, my dad used to love the bumper balls, where you're on the ball and you gotta knock each other off. My dad used to love that. And so every time it was time for the mini games, my dad used to hope that it go to the bumper balls, because my dad was just good at it. But that game, Mario Party, just like Monopoly, because Monopoly was the same way. We used to play Monopoly together. Monopoly was also really competitive. But Mario Party was equivalent to that, but much worse. It was crazy. Oh man, love Mario Party. The first Mario Party game was good. I got the second one, but the second one wasn't that. The games weren't as fun. The games weren't as fun. Said I played nothing less than 50 turns growing up, man. That was the only way to play Mario Party. What's up, man? Yeah, bro. That game was super competitive, and that game had hurt a lot of feelings and fucked up a lot of friendships, man. People used to take it personal when you robbed them of their star, or if you had to team up with another player because you had to do like the team up challenges and stuff, and then they caused you to lose. People, it almost got physical, like amongst friends. Everybody's ready to fight each other. Yup. All right, so the next game. All right, the next game is Unreal Tournament. I put this in unforgettable. I put this in the unforgettable experience because this was my first arena FPS. I had got this for my PS2 on launch. The Unreal Tournament. This was my first person shooter arena shooter because I didn't have a gaming PC. I didn't have a PC in general at this time. So my first encounter and my first experience with Unreal was Unreal Tournament on the PS2. And when I say this game was also a very, very competitive game, especially amongst my dad, my uncles, and my cousin during game night. We had bought a multi-tap too for the PS2. So when we used to have game night, we used to bring everybody. We used to have like 3 PS2 setups, and we used to have a bunch of multi-taps connected to the PS2, and all the different setups used to have a bunch of Unreal Tournaments set up. And that was another super aggressive game. Especially my favorite gun was the buzzsaw gun and the shock rifle. Favorite, because the thing that was so unique I'd never seen before, especially in a first-person shooter at the time I was growing up, and this is my first arena first-person shooter, Unreal Championship, your gun had 2 different modes. You have a standard shot, whatever the gun standard shot is, and then when you press the R2 trigger button, you had your secondary shot. So you had, for instance, the shock rifle. The standard shot was like a regular shock, like a long laser. But then if you press the secondary shot, it had like a ball, like a blast, like a cluster of ball that you shoot, and it took more damage. But it took more ammo and energy from your gun. So that game right there, man, we used to have hours and hours of fun in. That was like almost like our equivalent to what GoldenEye was. Like how we used to play back in the day on the N64. And Unreal Tournament was the same way. It was like our new GoldenEye because we all played it. Like we was like super competitive in it during game night. And I enjoyed every bit of Unreal Tournament. So that was another unforgettable experience. That was my introduction into, epic games and Unreal and stuff like that. It said NFL Blitz was the game people around us took personally. What's up, Stefan? What's going on? And then let's see. The next game. Unforgettable experience. WCW versus NWO World Tour for the Nintendo 64. This was another competitive game that we played on the Nintendo 64 when this released. And ever since that happened, we've been playing nothing but wrestling games. Now I'm going to be like really clear about this. I was never really into playing wrestling games back when I was young. I only played one of them on the SNES. I grew up watching wrestling. I grew up watching WWF, especially during the time you had Diesel, Doink the Clown, you had 1-2-3 Kid, Hulk Hogan, and all of them. But I wasn't really into wrestling games. But what WCW versus NWO has done, it had one of the best wrestling engines ever for a wrestling game back in the day. The name of the company was called Aki, A-K-I, Aki. They had the best engine. Aki are the same people who worked on Def Jam Vendetta series. before, and then they walked away from it once Icons came out. But Aki had the best wrestling engine. There was no one can compete against them when it came to their engine and their gameplay for their wrestling games. And WCW versus NWO made me go back to start watching wrestling again. Because I watched WWF when I was a kid, and then after that, I just phased away from wrestling. But what WCW versus NWO did was it introduced me to a roster, because I never even heard of WCW. I knew WWF, but I never heard of WCW, nor the NWO. So I remember we went to game night, and my cousin Miles had it, and my uncle was playing it. And then it was a 4-player. That was another crazy thing. It had all these wrestlers. They all had their unique move sets that was tailored to them. And it opened my world to wrestling once again, more specifically WCW. And it pretty much reinvigorated my love for wrestling, because I loved the WCW versus NWO so much. I started watching wrestling again. But I wasn't watching WWF. I was watching WCW. It made me a fan of WCW. It used to come on Channel USA at the time on cable, and then eventually went to Channel T. No, it was on TNT, not USA. Channel TNT, and every Monday, Nitro, Monday Night Nitro, you had the other ones, but every evening, soon Dad come home from work. I think he used to come on at 6 p.m., maybe 8 o'clock, can't remember. Dad used to come home from work. Mom used to make dinner and everything, and we all used to crowd around the TV with Dad. Like, even my sister, we all crowd around with Dad, and we all watch wrestling. Oh my God. And WCW, that was that work. And then we've been playing all the WCW games, and then eventually Aki had stopped making WCW games, and they started doing WWF games, which was the WrestleMania 2000 and No Mercy. So we followed right along, but this time you're allowed to create your own wrestler. And we had some funny moments. Funny moments, man. And I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to have my dad come in the room and my brothers come in the room. We'll talk about that one day. With our times, with game night and playing the wrestling games and stuff as well. Yeah, Nitro and Thunder, yup. And man, I loved every bit of it. Every bit of it. And to follow up with that, a must play was the Def Jam series. The Def Jam. Now, this is the thing. This took me by surprise, because I'm like, a fighting game with rappers. I was like, this shit gonna be whack. I was like, this shit, because the thing was, like I said, I didn't know who was behind. I didn't know who the developers was behind the game. I thought this was gonna be like another like cash grab. You get what I'm saying? That's why I didn't have no faith in it. I thought it was gonna be another cash grab. So Def Jam Vendetta, the first one that came out, I didn't own the first one. My cousin Josh had owned the first one on PS2, and he bought it around the house. I'm like, yo, this game is fire. Like, this joint, this shit is hot. But I still never bought the game. But it wasn't until Def Jam Vendetta Fight for New York, I had got that on Xbox. And this is the time that my cousins and everybody, we was Xbox fanboys when it came to multiplayer games. We wasn't fucking with, like no one was fucking with the PlayStation no more when it came to competitive games, like playing multiplayer games. We stopped using the PlayStation. No one touched the GameCube. It was nothing but Xbox in the house when we came to multiplayer games. So everybody had bought the Xbox versions for their consoles of Def Jam Vendetta, and then you was able to create your own rapper. So during this time when Def Jam Vendetta came out, I was a rapper at the time. So my rap name was B Sun. You take the first letter of my name, take the last 3 letters of my last name, which is Blackson, and you got B Sun. So I made B Sun. I made myself and everything. And after a while, we didn't really fuck with the rappers. We all just used our created characters. That's all we did. We all created our own rappers and shit. And we used to have a good damn time with that damn game. And I forgot who I dated on the game, because you had 3 girls you can date. I think it was Little Kim. The Asian chick, what was her name? Something Lee. And then you had Carmen Electra. I think I was fucking with Carmen Electra first, and then my second playthrough, I chose Little Kim, I believe. Can't remember. I can't remember what the selection was with your girlfriends that you was able to pick. And then you was able to cheat on your girlfriend and pick the other girl, and then have the new girl fuck your girlfriend up. How about M. Bison? Shut up, Head Jay. He said that's what my mom said at wrestling with rappers. So that sounds stupid. Yeah. So like it was that game, man. We used to have fun moments and fun nights, and it's just amazing how you able to take rappers and then just have a great engine. It wasn't just a wrestling game; it was a fighting game. It was a legitimate fighting game, but with rappers, and it worked. And it had some of the dopest soundtracks on there. And the reason why it was so dope and it was so successful was because it had Aki, the same people who made the WCW versus NWO and the WrestleMania 2000 and No Mercy games. They eventually got away from wrestling, and then they went straight over to the Def Jam Vendetta series. And then once Icon came out, they fucked it up because Aki had no hands in the development of Icon. So Icon's pretty much killed the series. And a lot of people want a new Def Jam, but I'm like, if Aki's not going to do it, and plus all these whack ass rappers the data they got, I wouldn't be able to play it anyway. I don't know none of these new fucking rappers today, and don't care for these new rappers today. So I wouldn't even want a new Def Jam game. Kimura League, yeah, Little Kim, yup, Shaniqua, and yup, Carmen Electra, yup. That was my game, man. That was my fucking game. Enjoyed every bit of it. Oh, what's up, Lit? What's going on? Alright, so the next game. Must play. No, not must play. Unforgettable experience. Sonic and Knuckles. The Sonic and Knuckles represent all the Sega Sonic games. Now, the reason why this is an unforgettable experience for me, because Sonic and Knuckles made me go back to play my Sega Genesis again. Because at this time, I'm full on Super Nintendo. Because Super Nintendo had all the RPGs and everything. But I was loyal to Sonic and Sega. Like to Sonic. So I remember looking at GamePro magazine that they was coming out with a new Sonic game, but it was Sonic and Knuckles. Because, man, I remember when they first, in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, when they first introduced Knuckles, I was hyped. I said, yo, another character besides Tails? Then we got Knuckles? So I was super hyped, but Knuckles was the villain in Sonic 3. And then when Sonic and Knuckles was announced and showing off in GamePro magazine, and it was said Sonic and Knuckles, and now you get ready to play as Knuckles, Sonic and Knuckles was the first DLC for games, for consoles back in the day. The first expansion pack and DLC for consoles. That's what Sonic and Knuckles represented. Because Sonic and Knuckles was a separate cartridge to itself. And if you had any of the prior Sonic games, you was able to snap it on top of the cartridge of Sonic and Knuckles. And now you had an extended expansion story. So if you put Sonic 3 on top of Sonic and Knuckles, now you're able to play not only Sonic 3, but it goes right into Sonic and Knuckles. And you're able to play as Knuckles in Sonic 3, so you're able to get his perspective. And then the extra bonus was if you put Sonic 2 on Sonic and Knuckles, now you can play as Knuckles on Sonic 2. We all the Sonic games at one. Yup. Yo, bro, that game was fucking phenomenal on Sega Genesis. That made me go back to play my Sega when the Sonic and Knuckles came out. Enjoyed every last bit of Sonic and Knuckles, and that was the first DLC, I would say, an expansion pack for consoles was the Sonic and Knuckles. Sega was very innovative. And that's what was so sad about Sega, because Sega always did different things than what Nintendo did. But it was just their bad marketing. That's all it was. Bad management, bad marketing, and everything that really fucked them up, because Sega was before its time with a lot of the ideas, a lot of the concepts that they came up with. Like I said, the Sega CD, like a disc-based console. Like, they was doing all kinds of shit, but they just couldn't get their shit together. They really couldn't get it together. That was the game. So, next is Power Stone. Power Stone was another unforgettable experience because, like I told y'all last night when I talked about the Sega Dreamcast that my parents had bought me for Christmas, which was one of my best Christmases of all time. Power Stone was amongst that collection of games that I had for Dreamcast when it launched or whatever like that. And this was my real introduction to a real fun arena fighter. this was the first time I actually played an arena fighter where you was able to actually interact with the stage itself. It just blew my mind. Where I'm able to pick up any object from the stage and throw it at my opponent, and it was also part of the strategy of playing this game. This was a fighting game, but a fighting game that was three-dimensional, and where the environment itself was a character itself. Where you were at on the stage, the items and stuff that you was able to take advantage of, and then they throw in the stones in the mix. We had to collect 3 stones, and your character would transform into a super version of themselves. And then you was able to do some wild shit. Like, I was a Falcon main. My brother Kyo was a Wang Tang. Wang Tang was a Chinese character, and he was able to turn into like a Super Saiyan. And he actually had a Kamehameha, and he also had a spirit bomb that you was able to throw into the arena itself. That like pretty much took up almost the whole arena itself. And I loved every last bit of Power Stone. Power Stone was that fucking game. I used to play that game for hours. And the thing was, I was like, man, if only this game was a 4-player, man, that would have been even better. And then next thing you know, Power Stone 2, they decided they was like, yo, we heard you guys. This is a 4-player. And man, some of the best nights and some of the best experiences that I had with this series. And I'm waiting for a part 3. And the creator of Power Stone said he wants to make another one. And he said that if he had to choose what platform to put it on, he said he'd love to do Power Stone 3 for the Nintendo Switch or whatever. So, man, I don't know what's holding them back. Like, Capcom is making money with their main pillars, man. Like, bring back Power Stone. This is the perfect time to do Power Stone. Perfect time. Love that series, man. Let's see. What else? What's the next one? Oh yeah, of course, Marvel vs. Capcom for the Sega Dreamcast. Marvel vs. Capcom, this game encompasses all the versus games. And this is the reason why I put this as an unforgettable experience, because a long time ago, I didn't understand what a crossover was. What do I mean by that? The reason why I say I never understand the concept of a crossover, because I'm taking literal facts of both franchises, and I'll take the literal facts of the franchises, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Why would they cross like Marvel with Capcom, or X-Men and Street Fighter, when X-Men would decimate Street Fighter characters? Like they would decimate Street Fighter, like hands down. That's why I never understand. So I'm looking at the logic behind it. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. But once I actually got my hand on it, and I seen the gameplay, and it introduced tagging your fighters in and out, that was something I didn't know. I remember my dad took me down South Street with my brother Keel Lancer and my cousin Tyree. He took us down to South Street, and he took us out to the arcade in the evening. And that was the first time I actually saw X-Men versus Street Fighter. But when I went into the arcade, Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter had recently came out, because in the arcade, all the new highlighted games, especially the fighting games, were on this big screen arcade setup. So when I got in there, my whole goal was to play X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and I had no idea that Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter just came out. That they had another crossover already. So when I first saw X-Men vs. Street Fighter, I saw somebody had Ken and Wolverine, then somebody else on the other side had Cyclops and Dhalsim. No, yeah, was it Dhalsim? I think, yeah. And I'm watching them fight on the bridge, the Cataracts Bridge or whatever. And as I'm watching them fight on the bridge, I was like, yo, I said, this shit is sick. And my mind is trying to comprehend seeing Wolverine and Ken on the screen together. And I didn't know it was a tag feature. So I see Ken leave the screen and Wolverine come in. I was like, what the hell is this? I said, yo, this is crazy. And I'm seeing all these fireballs and super moves going across. And then the bridge breaks and they fall down. And I said, yo, this is literal Street Fighter characters fighting X-Men. What is going on here? But it was hyped. And then when I turn around, I see everybody crowd around the Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter. I run over there with Dad and my brother and my cousin. And now I'm seeing Sakura. I'm seeing Captain America. Then I'm seeing Spider-Man, Incredible Hulk. I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, what is going on here? And I've been a fan of this crossover ever since. So one day, I said to my brother, I was in high school at the time, and I said to my brother, I was like, yo, man, you know what would be cool? if they had if Capcom made a fighting game that had Mega Man in it, and my brother said there's a fighting game with Mega Man in it. So what do you mean it's a fighting game with Mega Man? What are you talking about? He said, yo, it's called Marvel vs. Capcom. I said, what do you mean Marvel vs. Capcom? You mean X-Men? You mean Marvel superheroes vs. Street Fighter? I said, no, it's called Marvel vs. Capcom. And he said, Mega Man is in the game. He's a playable character. I was saying to Kill, no, stop lying, bro. Stop lying. He said, I'm not lying. It's at the arcade around the because we had a deli around the corner from us, and I didn't know they had a Marvel vs. Capcom setup in there, like a machine, arcade machine in there. Because I never really go to the deli on that side of the hood. Because on that side of the hood, if you go over there, you getting into fights over there. Niggas just fuck with you over there. So we stayed away from that area because niggas just fuck with you or whatever like that for no reason and shit. It was across the bridge. So we never went over there. But I was willing to risk that shit going over there. So we went over there, and I saw the setup for the first time, and I saw Venom. I said, yo, Venom. I didn't know who Strider was at the time. I saw Strider, who this nigga? Then I saw Jin Saitome. I'm like, who this nigga? And I noticed that some of the other characters from the other previous games weren't in there. But the fact that Mega Man was in there, man, I said, oh my God, this game is awesome. Like, and this before Dreamcast came out at the time. So when Dreamcast finally came out and they said Marvel vs. Capcom was an actual title, I was like, Dad, I want this for Christmas. So Dad got me that and got me an arcade stick for the Dreamcast. What's up, what's up, Savage? What's up, Edge? Said my first time playing Marvel vs. Capcom was in 2003, and man, was it fun as a little kid. Could never beat Onslaught, but I love how he looked. Now, the only thing I didn't understand, when you beat the game with Mega Man, when you beat Onslaught, it shows that he got a power-up. Was that power-up an actual real thing, or that was just his ending? The Onslaught power-up. Like, was that actually selectable? Well, I wouldn't say before Mugen, because Mugen was out, or was a thing. You had Mugen DOS. Because I was in 5th grade when Mugen was out. And they had a lot of like Dragon Ball projects and stuff like that. And my cousin introduced me to it. It was for the Microsoft DOS, the first Mugen. So I wouldn't say it was before Mugen. Mugen was a thing. It was just very, very underground. Very, very underground. At the time. Oh, Mugen was 99. Okay. No, okay. Because I'm thinking about the console version. So Marvel vs. Capcom was 98. And Mugen was, okay. Oh, yeah. Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Oh, yeah. Oh, what's up, Zombie? Mugen, you were taking me back, bro. Yeah, man. That was the shit. That was the shit, man. Yeah, so let's see. Where we at? Let's see. Ogre Battle 64 is definitely a must play. Unicorn Overlord is actually inspired by Ogre Battle 64. Ogre Battle 64 is a real-time strategy game. If you ever heard of Dealfield Chronicles that came out about what, a year and a half or maybe 2 years ago now for the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. It's a real-time strategy game where you put together all these different units. And the thing about Ogre Battle is your goal is to liberate these different nations and stuff. And you will watch all your combat and all your units play out in real time. And also, it had a player's choice type of mechanics to where certain decisions that you make in the game or certain places that you liberate, because you could. The thing was, if you liberated too many people, the people would hate you because the people start to see you as like a tyrant, because some people don't want to be liberated. Some people like their nation the way it is. So depending on your decisions that you made and stuff like that, also change how your characters interact. Also what other characters that you get in your party. And in fact, we're gonna look at it. Ogre Battle 64. Now, the first Ogre Battle came out on the SNES. I had the first Ogre Battle. Then it came out with Ogre Tactics. Ogre Tactics came out before Final Fantasy Tactics, and in fact, Final Fantasy Tactics was created by the creator of Ogre Tactics.
Hello, everyone, and
so
welcome back
take
to
that for food for thought. But yeah, this was Ogre Battle.
Why the military academy? Why?
For the Nintendo 64.
that earlier.
I never beat the
Probably
game.
a lot of you
Never
already
beat
know
it.
what Ogre
And before you start the game, they have this wise man. He would ask you all these questions. These different questions would determine the difficulty and other stats and elements and stuff like that in the game, depending on these
What
questions at the
shalt thou
beginning and
sever
stuff
with
like
thy
that.
Sword? Dicey says, "To again. Greed.
Yeah, here we go. Let me see.
Size is the mine. The mine
So
is
yeah, you
located
have-
a day southwest of your headquarters.
This game is very long. So
Dark
yeah, you
Horse
can
is
set up
need to-
different units. Now the thing is, the game is turn-based, but you don't give your units. You don't command your units. You set them up. Certain units can only work in the front row. Some can only work in the back, and some can only work in the middle. So you also have to watch. You have to also watch out how you
You have to think
set up your units.
So that is
Now the game is
what we are doing.
auto
We are
attack,
thinking
meaning that once you put your
Alright, so
your units
Dio
out there,
has a full
you will watch
crew.
the battle play out on its own.
Okay, so we're
You
going
don't
to
command
trade
none of
some
them. You
units
just put them out
over.
there and they fight on their own and stuff.
So Dio
So,
can trade with
Every unit has a captain and a leader and stuff. So then what happens is you have a map.
And everyone else will
Each character represents a unit of 6 other characters and stuff. And it's in real time. You send them out to these different places to liberate, and then the enemies will appear on the field. This game is like one of those really mature. It had a nice plot, very mature plot, and then you watch the time as days go by and stuff like that, as you're trying to liberate stuff, and then the enemies will appear. So I'm trying to get to the part, and these missions will last for a long time. So then you have your enemies right here. So then you collide into them, and it takes you to the battle. Now, if you want to get an experience, yeah, it looks like a turn-based chess game. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. A turn-based chess game. So depending on where you attack them at and from what angle gives you an advantage. Now, the battle plays out on its own. So that's why it's important of how you set your units up. Now, what happens is the battle is like the battle has so many turns. Once the turns stop, they will break away from each other, and then you have to run back in there and fight them again. So if you want to get some type of an experience of what this gameplay was like, I would suggest that you try this game, which is part of my backlog. I probably won't be able to get to it right away. Unicorn Overlord. This game is pretty much like a successor to it. This is literally Ogre Battle, and everybody's loving this game right now. Unicorn Overlord. So if Unicorn Overlord also have a demo as well that you can try it out for yourself if that's something that you want to try out. But this game is very deep.
What are you trying to do?
And the themes have a lot of mature themes. It's very political. It's very political. It's very political. This game. Or whatever, and you get involved with the characters, get to know the characters, and stuff like that. And if you in for a deep time, you will fall in love with this game. And this game, when I say this game is niche, it's very niche because not everybody. This is not for everybody. This is not everybody's game. It's not if you're deep. If you love RPGs and you love strategies, then you will love this game. Or if you're curious, you may end up growing to like the game. But this game is not for everybody.
What it is, whether you
Yep. So, Jesus. But yeah, that's so that's Ogre Battle 64. Said it wasn't for me back then, but you're older. Yeah, I never beat it. I have never beat it. Oh yeah, damn. I forgot. I forgot to put that up there for my last stream. So we already covered that already. You already covered Ape Escape. Put Ape Escape back up here. So let's see. The next game, EarthBound, another unforgettable experience. Now let me tell you about EarthBound. EarthBound it was for the SNES. Now this was a weird, wacky game. What attracted me to the game was Ness, the character, and the reason why I was attracted to it is because this was like a different type of RPG. It was kids going on an adventure. It wasn't like teenagers. It wasn't like adults. like in Final Fantasy and stuff like that, that's going on this grand adventure, and you got these big swords, and you going to war. These were kids going on an adventure, and the game was just so weird, and the game was expensive because the game was hard. It was a lot involved with this game. So to pretty much break it down to you, the game came in a big box, this big, which I still have. It's stored away. The game came with a strategy guide. You couldn't get it separately. It comes with a strategy guide. And when you open the strategy guide had so many wacky things and fun things. They had scratch and sniff stickers where you had Ness's backpack. You was able to smell what his backpack smelled like and everything like that. The bubblegum monkey, when you sniff the bubblegum monkey scratch and sniff, it smelled like actual bubblegum and everything. It was so many weird things about it and wacky things about it, but it came with a strategy guide. And it was a strategy guide about this thick. And what I liked about it was in EarthBound was you weren't in Japan. You was pretty much in America. And you would travel to different towns. You was able to go to shopping malls. How you saved the game, you had to go to a payphone or go to a hotel and call your mother. Call your mother, and that's how you save progress. When you battled enemies on the field, how you got money was every time you beat an enemy, your father pretty much would send money to your debit card. So when you go to an ATM, your father would say, hey son, I sent you some money or whatever like that. So here you go. Your father would say would put money in your bank account and stuff like that. That's how you got money. Every time you killed enemies, it's pretty much your father would give you money based on all the enemies that you beat and stuff like that. Anytime you go to a payphone or whatever. It was really, really cool. It felt like an RPG on drugs, but a good kind. Also, yeah, and the music was good. And this is the first time I was introduced to a first-person battle system. Like it was like a Dragon Quest battle system where you don't see the characters on the field. All you see is the health bar and stuff like that. I never seen an RPG like that before at the time. So just to show you the intro, it was very eerie too, man. Very eerie. The music and everything, man. It was a great soundtrack. This is the intro. It was very, very weird. It was very, very eerie. The music and everything. Just to show you guys. It used to scare me. Now, Game Freak was the people behind Pokemon. The Game Freak, the ones that make the Pokemon games, they were also the developers that was behind this game too, and you'd be able to see that. But EarthBound was listen to how eerie it was. This is how it comes on. Very eerie. The game was weird, and the game created a cult following. It's so many people that love EarthBound, and I was one of them. That's why I was hyped, and I lost my mind when I played Smash Bros. 64 and I didn't know Ness was in the game as a hidden character. I lost my shit. The music was beautiful. This was my game, man. I love this intro, man. Like I want Nintendo to remake this game so bad. I really do. I really do. One second. And what made it so funny too? Let me tell you how wacky it was. You had to go inside of a dungeon, right? It's this guy named Dungeon Man. You had to go inside. It's like a big statue. It's a man of this golem. His name was Dungeon Man. You had to go inside of him because he was a literal dungeon. After you beat the dungeon, when you leave Dungeon Man, a dungeon joins your party. That's how wacky this game is. Dungeon Man. He's a literal dungeon. He joins your party. A dungeon joins your party. And he hit hard as fuck. But he's only in your party for a brief moment. Because when you have to cut through these trees in the desert, he gets stuck. And he can't go anywhere. You have a literal dungeon that joins your party. A literal dungeon. fun wacky game. So let's do some. Yeah. EarthBound felt like playing as a kid, going around the world on some Saturday morning. Yeah, it's very wholesome. I agree, Sigma. That's why that game, you gotta play it at some point, especially if you have a Nintendo Switch. Yeah, yo, dude, I was dying, yo. I was like, yo, a dungeon joins your party. 1 second. A literal dungeon. I couldn't believe it. I said, this game is just doing everything. And it's funny. It's very charming and everything. Very memorable moments. All right, cool. Just wanted to some more Solid. Solid is very light, so. All right, so the next game. Let's see. Yeah, now this next game that is a unforgettable experience for me was the first Halo game. The first Halo. Why is that? Why is Halo the first? Is an unforgettable experience for me. Now I'm gonna give you like a little story, like stuff like this. I always gotta give you like a story so you understand where I'm coming from. Now you have to understand, the PS2 already came out a year before, so in magazines we're already getting information that Nintendo's next console is coming out, and now Microsoft is the new competitor. Now you gotta understand, all the white boys in my class, they were hyped because most of the white boys that I knew, they were PC gamers. So I still have the article stored away in my basement of when they announced, when they first revealed the Xbox, the first Xbox, the very first Xbox. I still have that article. I have it packed away and stored away. But I still have that because I remember in school, all the white boys that I was cool with at school, they were hyped that Microsoft was coming out with a console. Everybody bought that magazines in the article when they first revealed. Especially if you live in Philly, you had the Metro paper. So everybody had the Metro article where they finally showed Bill Gates and them finally revealed the Xbox console. And I remember, and we all sat around just talking about the Xbox and the Nintendo GameCube. And now, just to remind you, the PS2 and the Dreamcast is out. So Dreamcast was a highlight in middle school, and now the Xbox is being talked about like crazy. So the Microsoft fanboys, these dudes are hype. They telling me how how Microsoft's gonna wipe the floor with everybody. Like they're gonna wipe the floor on Nintendo and Sony. Like they're hyped because, like I said, they're PC gamers. So now Microsoft's coming out with a console. These dudes say, yo, they getting the Xbox day one. So just to set that up. Now, I remember when it came time to pre-order, the GameCube came out. Nintendo always released consoles on a Sunday, so I pre-ordered the GameCube, and my dad pre-ordered the Xbox. So the next year, I got me an Xbox, and my dad got a GameCube the next year. So that's how we did it. I got a GameCube, Dad got an Xbox, and then the next year, I got the Xbox, and then he got a GameCube. So I remember the GameCube came out first, and then a couple days later, the Xbox came out next. Now remember, if you remember back in the day, you had the midnight release for consoles, and this is the fun part about being a gamer. And the thing that really bothers me about the whole black girl gamer thing, when they talk about, they're being excluded from gaming so they have to create their own space, but that's far from the truth. Yeah, you got toxic people, you got assholes, and you got some racist people and stuff, but that doesn't represent the entire gaming community, because the gaming community is very open, and the gaming community, when it comes to gaming, we all have something in common. We have a commonality, which is video games. And the best experience that I always had with the gaming community is at the pre-order nights, the midnight releases of consoles. Because when you get there, you meet so many gamers that you never met before. Everybody's getting in line, and everybody don't even know each other. Everybody's in line, talking, getting excited. And we would actually exchange phone numbers with one another and everything at the time when we had these midnight releases. So Xbox was no different. There was a midnight release for the Xbox. And I remember I went there with my dad and Mikio. We all went to the electronic boutique at the Franklin Mills Mall. We go there, and my dad had pre-ordered, what was it? Halo. And my dad got like 2 other games. Can't remember what the other game was. So, Dad ended up getting the Xbox. I remember we came straight home. My dad plugged that shit right up. Plugged it right up. Turned that on. You just felt the power of the Xbox. The way that the splash screens opened up. You just felt that power of the Xbox. And also, this is like one of the first consoles that has a built-in hard drive. A built-in hard drive. Something that we never thought about. So, I remember my dad popped in Halo. And when we first turned on Halo, the voice acting, the music, and then the graphics. And a lot of you not. I remember we sat there with my dad. Dad said, yo, this is the future. Dad said, yo, and I said, yo, Dad, you right. And my dad was like, yo, I don't think graphics can get any better than this. I don't think graphics can get any better than this. And we all thought that. This was something that we never seen before. Like, the game was beautiful. And my dad played the opening scene for Halo 1. And we was just losing it. Like, our adrenaline is pumping and everything. And just watching the recoil and we watching the AI. When you see the enemies running around, especially the little ones, they be yelling, they were running, hiding and stuff like that. And we see how they interact when they see Master Chief and stuff. It was just blowing our mind. Like Halo was the truth. And then, as I said before, Xbox allowed you to connect into a hub where you can connect to other Xboxes. And this is where Xbox took over game night. We no longer fuck with the PS2. When it came to game night and competitive games, no one really fucked with the GameCube. But Xbox took over the house at game night. Because that's when you had Halo. Everybody bought an Xbox. Everybody bought Halo. And at game night, we had Team Capture the Flag. We had 4 Xboxes unplugged up. And we would go at it with all 4 Xboxes. You don't understand. Just hype. Just fucking hype. And I remember at this time, one of my brother's white friends named Joey, he started hanging with us. And at the time, he was the only white boy that was with the clique, with our group. And I remember for the first time, Joey came to our house to play Halo. And I remember this. It was so fucking funny. So we had game night at my house. So we had 2 TV setups in the room upstairs. And then we had a TV. We had 2 TV setups downstairs. One in the living room, and we had a TV set up in the kitchen. So we had the red team downstairs and the blue team upstairs. And I remember this. And what was so funny was, it was time for Joey's dad to come pick Joey up. So Joey never met us before, or never met my dad or any of that. So you had to see this timid white guy. He had the glasses and everything. And imagine a white guy coming in our house, and you just see nothing but black dudes, hood niggas in the house, and you see his son, the only white boy that's in there, yelling with a bunch of black dudes. And you should have seen how nervous his dad was, because while we're yelling, we're having fun, but he's thinking that we're all being aggressive. So we're yelling and stuff, right? And we, at the time, we was playing, we wasn't playing Capture the Flag yet. We was playing Slayer, Every Man for Themselves. And I remember we yelling, you know us as black people, we yell and talk trash, and we like, yo, we killing this nigga, this, that, and the third, right? So when Joey got killed, he said, why you gotta jump on the white guy? Like, why you killing him? He's like, you guys gotta kill the white man. We just talking trash, we having fun. And then Joey's dad was like, Joey, don't say that. He's all nervous and shit. He said, you guys gotta double team the white guy, huh? So his dad was just fucking nervous as hell. And then what made it worse was, my cousin come outside out from upstairs and yelling down the steps, yo, we killing y'all bitch ass niggas. And his dad is looking like, whoa. He's like, yo, this shit is crazy in here. But it was just so funny, yo. Yeah, he said, he's like, his dad, like, I don't want to get jumped. Yeah, his dad was nervous as hell. He was like, I keep seeing you go live, but I can't never see the stream. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Patches. You would have to go to my YouTube channel. I don't know why. I think maybe Twitch is blocking restream. So, if you got YouTube, just go to my YouTube channel and watch the stream. For some reason, Twitch it's doing that. I'm not sure because I'm multi-streaming, they're blocking it. But yeah, his dad was so scared because he thought we was being aggressive. But Joey's sitting there having fun. Say, you guys, like, why you gotta jump on the white guy? You gotta kill the white man, huh? And his dad, like, yo, Joey, don't say that. So my dad had his dad sit down with us and stuff. Because, yo, dog, he was nervous as shit. He was nervous. But yeah, man, Joey came around every game night to play Halo with us. Yo, man, we had a good time, but Halo was a fun game, man. So, I remember this one time, my cousin was talking shit saying how good he was, because when we used to do, like, the Slayer mode, he used to have, like, 120 kills, and he used to talk about how he was, like, one of the best players and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, you're not really good at the game. You're looking at other niggas' screens. You're looking at other niggas' screens. That's the only reason why. I'm like, dude, your accuracy, and then you shoot motherfuckers before they even get to that position. Cause you looking at other people's screen. I said, nigga, you not good. I was like, nigga, you was not good. So my cousin was like, he's like, I would destroy you, this, that, and the other. I said, dog, you not fucking good. I said, matter of fact, I'll play you one-on-one. And remind you, I'm not really good at Halo. I'm not good at Halo at all. I just want to put that out there. I am not good at Halo. But I knew I can beat him. I knew for a fact. Kind of like, yo, this nigga is looking at the screen and he's saying that he's the best player in here. Fuck out of here with that, dog. You like, dude, you not good. I know you cheating. So what happened was, I said, yo, how about this? I'll play in my uncle's room and you play in the back room. So you can't see nobody's screen. So everybody sat back and watched. Everybody sat back and watched. And I fucking destroyed him. And he's calling me a scrub and stuff. I'm laughing at him. I'm laughing like, dude, you a bum. You cannot. I said, dude, no, now you can't look at nobody's screen. You garbage. You trash. And then he started yelling and stuff. Then he started crying and shit. And then his brother came in telling him to shut that. She's like, man, like, stop like a bitch. He started crying and stuff. He literally started crying. I was like, I'm like, dude, like, you not good at this game. Like, dude, you just looking at other niggas' screens. That's all you doing. You looking at other niggas' screens. You not good. Yeah, you a bum. You trash. And I'm not good at the game, but I knew I can beat him. I knew I could. Yup. That was funny, man. That was some good times right there. And I got footage. Also got some footage of that too. So one day I'm gonna show you all that stuff. All right, so let's see what we got here. Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger was another unforgettable experience because Secret of Mana was like my first real interaction with a JRPG, with Secret of Mana on the SNES. That was like my first time actually playing a JRPG when I was a kid. So my next experience with a JRPG was Chrono Trigger. And Chrono Trigger really, like, can you imagine as a kid, you're playing a game where you're being introduced to the concept of time. Like, can you imagine that? You go into these different time periods and how these different time periods are being affected, and you find out about this calamity called Lavos that come from the sky and everything. And you start off as just a regular young man waking up going to a festival, and you meet this girl named Meryl, and you kind of find out Meryl is a descendant of the queen of Guardia a couple hundred years ago, but she wears this necklace, and then the necklace messes the time machine up, and it sends her to a whole nother time period. Then you and Luca have to go find her, and then this is where you start getting introduced to this big grand adventure and this big journey. And then it was the first time when I played an RPG where your enemies were actually on the field and your characters will get in position. It doesn't take you to another screen to battle. You battle on the same screen as you see the enemies. And it introduced you to these dual link abilities, cross attacks with your party members. It was and there was multiple endings. This is another thing that introduced multiple endings that I never knew about. Because in the game, Chrono actually dies. And then you have to go back in time to pretty much prevent his death to bring him back. But you don't have to bring Chrono back. You can beat the game without him. That game was way before its time. And Toriyama, God rest his soul, he was the artist behind the characters. That's why if you notice the Chrono Trigger characters, they look like Dragon Ball characters or Dragon Quest characters. Have you ever heard of Majin Backshots? No, never heard of it. I said, wait, this sounded like Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Yo, what's up, V? What's going on, bro? And the iconic theme song for Chrono Trigger. Dude, the music was so epic. You knew when the moment you popped the cartridge in, you knew you was in for a ride with Chrono Trigger. And this song has been replicated and remixed for so many times, man. And this when it comes on, you see the pendulum from a clock. And you hear that melody. No, I haven't heard of Fibra. I never heard of Majin Backshot. Square made bangers back in the day, man. Square Enix not the same. You would never get this. Like I said before, this was the 90s, man. You missed out on so much. Listen to the theme song. This shit was epic. Fucking epic, man. Let me get this right here. This was epic. Love the battle theme. Love the music. Love the intro. Love the characters. Love the world. And I was dying for a sequel. What's up, Junk? Yeah. There was a team that was working on a fan game for RPG Maker, and it was highly anticipated. And Square came in and said, "Fuck that, y'all ain't doing shit. Y'all ain't doing shit." So they had to remove any traces of Chrono in it, and they had to make it into an original project. And then once it became an original project, people walked away from it because people didn't give a fuck about the characters or anything. People wanted to see an actual sequel. I still haven't even played my Octopath Traveler. Still in the box. Yeah, V's right. You'll never get Squaresoft again. V is right. This was fucking epic, man. This was sad, and this also got me in the when Robo was trying to protect you, and the other robots jumped him and shit. Funny thing is, when Square and Enix were separated, they made some awesome games. Yeah, because it's called competition. When there's competition, they both, when you have competition, it brings up the best inside within the industry. And then when they merged together as Square Enix, man, most of the Enix games got hit with the back burner, got put to the back burner, while a lot of the Square stuff really got more play than anything else. Yeah, man, this intro, man, was just epic. So what happened was later on, they came out with a PlayStation collection. They came out with a PlayStation edition called Final Fantasy Chronicles. Final Fantasy Chronicles was a remastered version of Final Fantasy IV and Chrono Trigger. In Final Fantasy IV, they added CG cutscenes. And with Chrono Trigger, they added anime cutscenes. And I'll show you that. So they redid the intro. They redid the intro. And this is where you start to see the Dragon Ball and Dragon Quest art styles and stuff. So here we go. They redid the intro, but this time, ew. I don't like the upscale. Hey, hold up. Just give me the regular. What are you upscaling that shit for? Here we go. And I still have this on my PlayStation for my PlayStation 1. So yeah. So now they had anime cutscenes in it. So they redid the intro in anime. What's up, Jimmy? This was epic, man. So this is the intro right here. They redid it, and even the music, man. So I was hoping that he's gonna be in Smash Brothers, man. Chrono is just dope, and he was a silent hero. He didn't talk. Oh my god, man. This does something to me. And now they talking about wanting to remake it. I don't want no Final Fantasy remake for it. Just give me a stylized game. Visuals. Classic, man. Classic. Yo, Mugen, how you like to start play the demo? I didn't play the demo. I'm not playing the demo. I was waiting for the full game. I got the game pre-ordered. This shit is harder now. Yeah, it does hit harder, man. I agree. Yo, man, the music, dog, like, oh my god, so epic, man. Got the Dragon Ball sound effects, the iconic bridge scene. Especially the cross attack with the team up abilities. Epic, man, fucking epic. Yo, dog, like you had to been there, man. When these games first came out, you just had to been there. He said, "Don't let no more, nowhere near this." He said, "I don't even want a Chrono Trigger for a modern audience." Like I said, man, if they want to remake it, just give me a. I don't need no Final Fantasy type remake with these super, high tech graphics. Give me a stylized game and keep everything the same. Don't touch it. Keep the story 1-to-1, and I'll play it. Shit, that make you want to create your own game / anime. Yeah. He said they choose well with that Dragon Ball Chrono Trigger remake that takes the visuals of Trials of Mana would be incredible. Yeah, I mentioned that in my video. That would be incredible. It's a wrap if the more it touches it. Yeah, dog. That would be a wrap. And then next, Quake 3 Arena for the Sega Dreamcast. That was id Software's answer to Unreal Tournament. Now you had Quake 3 Arena, and that was another one I played a whole lot. I used to go to my friend John DeMarco. I used to go to John DeMarco's house and Michael Palmieri's house after school when I was in middle school, and they all had Dreamcasts too. So I would bring Quake 3 Arena over, and they already had their Quake 3 arena, and we used to have all these. We used to have like 3 setups, and we used to play competitively. Quake 3 arena, loved the hell out of that game. Says Xenoblade 2 talk time. Yeah, and Quake 3 arena, man, was another game that I played on hours on end competitively. It was just something about Quake 3 arena that I liked, and then I didn't know that Doom Guy was a playable character too. I used to pick Doom Guy in the game. One of my, because I love Doom. Cause I grew up playing Doom on the Atari Jaguar and the PlayStation 1, and I had Doom on the SNES. It came with the red cartridge. I also had Doom for that too. But and I had Doom for the 32X as well. I forgot all about that. Damn. But I was a big fan of Doom Guy. So I was a Doom Guy main for Quake 3 Arena, and plus it was also online. You was able to play online for your Sega Dreamcast as well, and you was able to hook up a Dreamcast keyboard, which I also got too, for you to chat during your matches and stuff in Quake 3 Arena. Yeah, I grew up with Doom. I love Doom. I love me some Doom. Let me see. The next game, unforgettable experience, was Metroid Prime. Out of all the Metroid Primes, Metroid Prime 1 was the best one. I had it for the GameCube. And this game was also, don't judge a book by its cover, was because, now I gotta, like I said before, the last time we saw Samus on a console was the SNES. We didn't get a Metroid game for Nintendo 64 at all. So what happened was, now we seen the tech demo. There was a Metroid tech demo as well. Cause I remember I had, what was the magazine? It's called Next Generation Magazine, and they were promoting the Nintendo GameCube, because the Nintendo GameCube was announced, and they started showing tech demos of Zelda, Mario 128, and then Metroid. And I lost my shit when I saw the tech demo for Metroid. Now I'm like, cause you gotta understand, GameCube was such a big deal to me because it was such a major leap. We went from Nintendo 64 to GameCube graphics. There was no in between. We went from 64-bit to GameCube graphics. The visuals, all my favorite Nintendo characters are realized in this next-gen hardware. It was just ridiculous. So, when they showed the tech demo of Metroid, I already lost my shit with the tech demo for Legend of Zelda. I lost my shit when they showed Link fighting Ganondorf. And that's what we're gonna get into next with Zelda. Matter of fact, just to give you some history, that's what we're gonna do too. We're gonna go to YouTube real quick. Let's see if we can find that tech demo, that E3 tech demo. Metroid Prime tech demo. Let me see. Let me see if he got it. No, let's do Metroid tech demo, because it wasn't Prime, because it didn't even have a name yet. All right, the Space World tech demo. We have this tech demo. Here we go. All right, first let me see. Will this show?
Pretty thin, like you could.
Yeah, here we go. This was the tech demo back in the day, guys. The footage is really, really rough because this is like in year 2000 or something like that, the early 2000s or whatever. I was in high school. I was in 9th grade. This is the tech demo. I lost my shit because, like, yo, we went from 64 to this. We went from 64 to this. I was losing my mind. I was losing my shit, and then here we go. I lost. I started screaming. I'm like, whoo, 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 when I saw this, because you know I'm a Legend of Zelda fan. I grew up playing Legend of Zelda, so when I saw this, I lost my shit when I saw this. And then here we go. I was like, whoo, whoo, whoo. I was losing when I saw this. You gotta imagine the last time we saw Samus was Super Metroid on the SNES. That was the last time we saw Metroid. We saw Samus. So seeing this, I'm like, what? I'm like, what? So I was losing it, bro. I was losing it. And then of course, Mario 128 tech demo. Like, bro, we were just losing it. I was just losing it. I'm just losing my mind. So just to give you an understanding. So after seeing that tech demo, what's up, Landon? He said, "Hope feel appreciator." Oh yeah. PN remaster win. Yeah. So now, all of a sudden, we finally get an actual reveal of a new Metroid game for the GameCube. And soon we get the reveal. These motherfuckers tell us is a third person shooter or a third person adventure shooter game. I'm like, what? I'm like, why? I'm like, why? So let's go to Metroid Prime real quick. So we get the Metroid Prime. Here's the original trailer, the GameCube trailer of Metroid Prime. Now, my whole hype and enthusiasm for Metroid just dropped when they said it was going to be a first-person perspective. Oh yeah, we definitely want to show. I'll show that. My enthusiasm just dropped when they showed that. I'm like, why? I said, why is it first person? Why? I was so mad watching the trailer. I said, why? I wanted to see Samus in all her glory in full 3D third person. What are they doing? And the only time we see Samus in third person is cutscenes and when she turns into a ball. I had an attitude. Like I felt kind of like Nintendo was disrespecting me at the time. But something told me to say, you know what? Don't just judge it off of this trailer. Give it a try. You love Metroid. It was a long time before, that we waited for a Metroid game. Just give it a go. And like I said, even the releases for GameCube were very slow. So there was also hardly any games to play on my GameCube besides Melee and stuff like that. And and stuff. So I was saying like, okay, man, just give it a try. Never forget Other M. And we want that. I'm gonna save Other M for another story as well. But yeah, man. So I bought the game. I bought Metroid Prime. And I was like, okay, let's try it. And I had it for Christmas. My mom and dad bought it for me for Christmas for my GameCube. Bought the game, and the controls, the music, the atmosphere, it just felt right. And on top of that, it wasn't a third-person shooter. Technically, it was a third-person adventure, which for me. Oh, thanks for subbing. Was it Terran TV? Appreciate it. So for me, playing Metroid Prime, and as I'm playing it, I said it doesn't feel like a first-person shooter. I'm actually exploring. I'm taking in the atmosphere. The music is just beautiful, and every encounter with certain enemies felt like a puzzle. Certain enemies had patterns. I was like, I said, okay, this is interesting. And the more I played it, the more and more I fell in love with the game. And Nintendo always had that effect on you, where some games you just judge based on how it looks, and then you play that game, and then you're like, man, like, what the hell? Like you find yourself absorbed. And that's what it felt like. And that was the purpose they were going for with Metroid Prime. You was Samus. They get you in the visor. You're looking at the world itself as Samus herself. And I like the little effects and touches. When you took damage, you was able to see the reflection of Samus' eyes in her face for a little bit. I like the little touches like that. And then I begin to understand what Nintendo and Retro Studios was going for with Metroid Prime, and it had earned my respect, and it became one of my like unforgettable experiences ever in gaming. I just loved it, and now I have the remastered. I haven't opened it yet, but I have the remastered version that they remade, or the remake of it, so I'm definitely gonna hop back into that again. So definitely Metroid Prime was good. So it says let's see. So I played Metroid for DS back in, yeah, I still want to replay Metroid Prime 3. I couldn't get into Metroid Prime 3. I hated the Wii U motion controls. No, not the Wii U. I meant the Wii motion controls. Before you know, your crew want to find your channel. And said, yo, chilling bro, what's good with you? Yeah, so, the next game. Let's see what we got here. All right, we winding things down. Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Now, I have to tell you a little story about this too, because what Wind Waker did the same thing Metroid Prime did to me. And we're gonna go back to this tech demo again. We're gonna go back to the tech demo real quick. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to the Space World tech demo real quick. So we can go back and so you understand the context. Now, so right here, once again, I told you, I was hyped when I saw this tech demo. Look at this. Look at the visuals for its time. This is what I was hyped for. This is what I was hyped for. Now remind you, I didn't know what a tech demo was. I didn't know what tech demos were back in the day, at the time. I thought this was like these were literal games. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to play this. I can't wait to play this. Then all of a sudden Nintendo come out of nowhere and announce Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. We'll use this trailer. So, can you imagine that? And now remind you, this is the Wii U version. So don't think about the Wii U version. Just think about back during the GameCube or whatever. Now imagine seeing that tech demo, and then next thing you know, their Zelda announcement was this fucking cartoon, Link. When I saw this shit, when I saw this shit when I was in 9th grade back in high school, I was just like how I felt with Metroid Prime, how I felt disrespected by Nintendo. I felt disrespected again, because after seeing that tech demo, then I turn around and see this shit, this goofy looking Link, and I was pissed. I said, what are y'all doing? It's like GameCube at the time, for me at the beginning, GameCube felt like an experiment for Nintendo. They was trying all kinds of new wacky shit that I'm like, what are you doing, Nintendo? Like, what is this? I'm like, what is this? I didn't understand at the time when they first announced Wind Waker. I was a Wind Waker hater when they first announced it. And a lot of fans too. It was a big deal over the internet about Wind Waker when it was first announced. Everybody was upset. People was like, what are they doing? What is Nintendo doing? Because at this point, PS2, Sony and the PS2 is kicking ass. PS2 is kicking ass, taking names. And people's looking for a return, with Nintendo. And then we saw this shit. We were upset. We were upset when Wind Waker was announced. I was a hater. Now, so after that, so I'm upset. I'm frustrated. I can't believe that Nintendo is doing this with Zelda. But, as I said before, I said, just like I did with Metroid Prime, or whatever, I said, I have to give this a chance. So, on my birthday, Mom and Dad had bought me Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for my birthday. So, I popped it in my GameCube and started playing the game. And as I said before, it's something about the GameCube controller, man. I love the GameCube controller. Very, very good controller. So as I'm playing Wind Waker and the whole setup of the game, and when the game opens up, it explains that the hero of time had defeated Ganon, and then he left. It was never heard of again, right? I was like, wait a minute. So we'll go to the intro for a second, so you can get an idea how I felt at this time.
I have to finish it.
So context matters.
I really hope you make it.
So this was the end. So fast forward. Okay, so this was the intro. So I'm reading it. Long ago, there existed a kingdom where golden power lay hidden. So I'm looking at it, I'm reading it and stuff like that. So as I'm reading it, we get the backstory and stuff. So we get to the part about Ganon, or whatever, you know. And then it talked about, you know, the hero wielding the blade of evil's bane, you know, sealed them away and stuff, right? So then all of a sudden, it said the boy traveled through time to save the land. I said, travel through time to save the land? I said, wait a minute. Is this a sequel to Ocarina of Time? One of my favorite Legend of Zelda games of all time? I said, no. Don't tell me this. Do not tell me this. I said, Nintendo, you fucking with me, right? So then, it said, known as the hero of time. I said, no way. And it said the boy's tale was passed down through generations until it became a legend, right? He said, but then a day came when a foul wind began to blow across the kingdom, right? So people was waiting for the hero to return, but the hero never appeared. I said, wait a minute. I said, the boy that they're mentioning about, the hero of time, Zelda sent him back through time to relive his childhood. So that is the reason why he disappeared. I said, don't tell me this is a sequel to Ocarina of Time. Please. I said, yo, I would lose my mind. I said, because every Zelda game that I played, they weren't really sequels to one. Like in a sense, they didn't feel like true sequels, right? So when I'm reading this, I said, no. So when they said the hero disappeared and never returned, I said, yo, that's because Zelda sent him back so he wouldn't be there. I said, no way. I said, this is a sequel to Ocarina of Time. I was like, sold. I said, Nintendo, you sold me. I'm sold. Let's go. So I started playing the game. So there was another part. Here we go. So, this part right here, you have to save your sister. So when you save your sister, when you have to try to save your sister, you run into Ganondorf. I was like, no. I said, is that the same Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time? Right? So when Link approaches him and tells him that the sword has no power or whatever, this Ganon is talking about Link as if he knew Link. So I said, yo, this is a connection to Ocarina of Time. This has to be the same Ganondorf that I sealed away in Ocarina of Time. Bro, I was losing my shit. I was losing it. And then the thing about Wind Waker was it actually had a story. The Deku Tree. The Deku Tree was a sprout. Because in Ocarina of Time, the Deku Tree had died and then a sprout came in. So this new Deku Tree is that sprout from Ocarina of Time. I was like, oh my god. I was so locked into the story. And this is a Zelda game that had more story than Ocarina of Time. And I was involved and I was so caught up into it. And now, it's at the point to where I love the game so much, I have a hard time debating which one is number one, Ocarina of Time or Wind Waker. And more I think about it, and the more and more I played Wind Waker, I'm starting to favor Wind Waker over Ocarina of Time. Bro, I was, bro, like, you don't understand what Wind Waker they've done. Wind Waker is still one of my top favorite Zelda games. Like, Breath of the Wild's not fucking with it. Tears of the Kingdom not fucking with it. It's not. Like I love Wind Waker. I love it. So, the next game. Let's see. Yeah, was it? Yeah. I Savage. Oh, what's up, Dan? What's up, Incel? What's up? What's going on, bro? Yeah, Savage. I agree. Wind Waker was a fucking risk because I was a hater. I was a hater of Wind Waker before it came out. So, the next game, Super Mario RPG. Unforgettable experience because when I first heard the announcement of Super Mario RPG, I didn't know what an RPG was. I played RPGs, but I didn't know the genre. I didn't know the genre was called RPG. Role-playing game. I didn't know that's what it was called. God Hand, that shit is iconic. I never played. I didn't really care for God Hand. I never played it, though. I never played it. I know what it is, but didn't really care for it. So what happened was, I didn't know the genre was called RPG. I was playing RPGs, but I didn't know that was what the genre was called. So when I first saw the in the game, was it Nintendo Power magazine, it said Super Mario RPG. I said, "What's that?" I said, "What's RPG?" I'm like, what's an RPG? So my uncle just explained it to me that RPG is called role playing game. And he said, "Yeah, nephew, you've been playing RPGs, Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger, and stuff." So I didn't even know that. I didn't know that was the name of the genre. I was playing them, but didn't know that was the name of the genre. So I was like, "Wait a minute. So we get a Mario like Chrono Trigger or like Final Fantasy like type game?" So my uncle had got, because by the time Super Mario RPG came out, PlayStation was out. So like I said before, every time I move on to the next console generation, any games that comes out before that still comes out from the last generation, I don't go back and buy them. Like I move forward. So when Mario RPG came out, PlayStation was already pretty much out. I already had my PlayStation and stuff like that. So even though that I seen Mario RPG, I never went and bought it. But my uncle had Super Mario RPG, so I borrowed his and played the game. You know, popped open my my SNES because I still had it plugged up. I still had my SNES plugged up and everything. So I borrowed his Super Mario RPG, popped it in my SNES, and started playing it. And man, the game is very, very, very charming, man. It had its own uniqueness to it. And the fact was, I always thought, well, how would a Mario RPG would work? You know, Mario is a 2D platformer. You know, he he's sort of having like, sports games, go-karts, and stuff like that. But how would they make it work as an RPG? And then, of course, my favorite company, Squaresoft, was working on it. So that was the thing that made me curious about how it would work. And then when I actually played it, I said, yo, this is a legitimate RPG. It's actually fun, and it's very charming with its dialogue and its uniqueness to it, and plus, of course, the art style and the direction that they went with it. And it has become one of my favorite JRPGs of all time on the SNES. And then, of course, you saw my reaction when they had the announcement for Super Mario RPG Remake for Nintendo Switch. I lost my shit. I lost my mind. And I end up replaying it. I also did a review on it as well, so you can check that out on my channel, my Super Mario RPG review. But man, that game brought back some fond memories of that era and that time. And also, man, the music. you gotta listen to the music. Just listen to the soundtrack alone. Is enough to sell you on the idea of a Super Mario RPG. But man, loved it. One hell of an experience, unforgettable. So, the next game. Let's see. All right, we're gonna talk about Ys. Ys 7. But it's my first experience with the Ys franchise. I always seen Ys in advertisements a long time ago, Adel or whatever, but I never owned a Ys game at all. Never owned one. But Ys was my first time actually playing it, is when I saw an advertisement for the PSP, Ys 7. Ys 8 was fun, but Ys 7 is still my favorite. Yeah, Ys 7 is still my favorite. 8 was fun, but 7 is still my favorite. So I played Ys 7, man, for the PSP. And as I told you before, I'm not really a handheld guy. But the only way for me to actually experience Ys 7 was for the PSP. So I was like, you know what? It's time for me to dust off my PSP and actually give this game a try. Because I was really, really into it. Like, into the trailer and everything. I really wanted to play it. And it was an action RPG that looked like it's something I would actually, fall in love with. And guess what? I fell in love with the game. I fell in love with the characters. I fell in love with the world. And that's when I found out that Adel is the same Adel from every game. He goes on different journeys. And Ys is probably based on a true story, or not a true story, but, they take these events of this person and they make it magical and shit like that. They exaggerate it and stuff like that. And as I started playing the game, and after completing the game, I started going back to look for the other games and found out if I can be able to find other ways to play the other games. So Ys introduced me to not only Falcom as a company, but it also brought me into the franchise itself and wanted me to know more about Ys, man. So Ys is a definitely fun game. You definitely need to go check it out if you have it. But I can also show you a trailer of Ys as well. One second. Ys 7. So you know exactly which one I played. Here we go. Ys 7. Here's the trailer to it.
Banquet, the same brewing tradition since 1873.
The retro games skyrocketed after COVID and toilet paper scalpers. Now, I did end up getting Memories of Saltzetta Collector's Edition for the PS4, which I haven't opened it. I bought it at launch and still haven't even opened it yet. So this is part of my backlog too. Plus, this stuff isn't gonna last forever, right? There's a remaster on Switch and it's coming to PS4. I didn't know that. It has a remaster on Switch. What's up, Solo? Look, yo, man, you gotta understand, me playing this on the PSP, man, I had a good time. Like, it's been a while, and this was the game where I broke my analog stick by accident playing this game. I hated the PSP analog stick. Hated it. The flimsiest analog stick ever for a handheld. It might be 5. I doubt it's 7. Cause I would have bought that shit. So yeah, that's Ys 7. That was really, really good. Next is Jumping Flash 2, an unforgettable experience. Now, I would say this. Jumping Flash 2 is kind of like probably what inspired Metroid Prime. This was a first-person adventure game. This was also a Sony exclusive. It was a first party game. You could kind of say that this is like a mascot for Sony at one point. Jumping Flash 2 was about a robotic bunny named Robert, and he had to save the little moos from the clutches of this evil from this evil being from an extraterrestrial dimension, or whatever you want to call it. And ever since Jumping Flash 2 came out, they were supposed to come out with a third game for the PS2, but it never happened. And they took this mascot and they just threw him to the wayside, and we never saw it ever again. But the reason why this is an unforgettable experience, because I didn't even know what a first-person adventure game was. And it felt so realistic because it was in first person, and you're Robert. You're a robotic bunny, badass bunny. And you hop around like a bunny. You can double jump, but you do it in first person. And as you hop, you can hop so high in the air, the environment turns really small until you land on the ground again. So to show you Jumping Flash, let's show you the intro first. Jumping Flash 2. This game is very Japanese. When I say Japanese, it's very, very Japanese. This game, this was like early PlayStation. Early PlayStation. Jumping Flash. I had Jumping Flash 1 and 2, but Jumping Flash 2 is my favorite. I'm be warned. This is very Japanese. This game is so weird.
Are you the person whom is in charge of the Universal City Hall? Ah, good. This is the mad scientist down Aloha talking to you. Listen, Domka, I have question for simple favor.
Oh my god. This takes me back, man.
In the water reaches of the galaxy lies a tiny planet known as Little Moo that is used by Baron Aloha as his secret hideout. The Baron returned to his home away from home to rejuvenate from a recent beating he took at the hands of the feet of that heroic
He said Polygon Man, Jumping Flash 2, Crash Bandicoot, PlayStation mascot.
Absurd way to overthrow the universe when Little Moo is visited by a
Not want to play this game ever.
In fact, there is nothing strange.
He said Captain Kabuki. Yeah, no, this scared the fuck out of me. Yo, I can relate, Rav. This thing right here scared the hell out of me. He said you didn't want to play because Captain Kabuki scared the hell out of you. Yeah, it's like one of those. It's one of those nightmare fuel type of visuals.
Unable to cope with the monstrosity that is Kabuki, he calls Universal City Hall and begs for help as his beloved hideaway is made into so much Swiss cheese. After listening to the Baron's
This
call,
game.
the interstellar
Here we go, Robert.
decides to send the only being capable of dealing with a menace such as Captain Kabuki, the freedom-loving.
Here we go. This the hero, Robert, right here.
Ready to go the distance. Robert leaps to the sea.
And the theme song was dope.
Flash 2, Big Trouble in Little Moo.
This is the theme song. That was the theme song. And to show you the gameplay of Jumping Flash, the game was before its time. The game was way before its time, and it was very, very weird. And they were supposed to do a part 3 for PS2, but they canceled it, and then they just threw Jumping Flash away. They just threw it away. Now the goal is these moves were kidnapped. You have to collect, because Captain Kabuki was the villain in the first one. Now you're trying to help him out and save his slaves, I guess you would say, called moves. You have to save them, and they're scattered on the stage, and you have a time limit to find them. So you have to look at your map. So yeah, here you go. Now, I know a lot of you guys said, what the fuck is this? But you gotta understand at the time where this came out, this was revolutionary. A 3D world, first person adventure, and then you see the yellow words moo. So that's where they're located. You get like cotton candy shots and stuff like that as weapons, as power-ups and boosters. And then you could hop around like a bunny, like a bunny would, and everything. And you can jump on the enemy's heads, or you can use your Robert lasers. Yeah, here you go. You can jump. You can't jump on that. What are you doing? Why are you jumping on that? It's a hard shell. And look, as you jump, you can get higher and higher in the air, and you can see the environments. There's the moo. Now there's 3 left, and you, like I said, you have a time limit. And then, you can go underwater and stuff too. Said vaporware aesthetic. He said the blueprint for VR. Yeah, Douglas, you're right. He said the blueprint. Yo, dude, that would be a perfect PSVR game. Jumping Flash. Matter of fact, release it as a PSVR. That's the way to bring back this series. I would actually get a PSVR because of that. I would. He said he said vaporware aesthetics. There's the different levels. And then the bosses were crazy too. And here's the map for the levels. Yeah, so you have to save them, save the world in each levels. And they get the underwater levels. Bro, this was like, I know, like I said before, you probably won't understand the way I understand. If you, especially if you wasn't born in this era and never played this, you probably wouldn't understand the way I feel about this. But this game was a big deal to me as a kid. It just was. And then here's your boss fights. You had your boss fights too, right here. Oh my god! And then when you clear the level, you get to see Robert in third person when you clear the level. And I love when you take off. It was just so badass. So after that, guys, right? We never heard from Robert again. They canceled it for the PS2 Part 3, but all of a sudden, right here. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Robert made a return on the PS5, but not in the way you would think. There he is right there in Astro's Playroom. I was playing this on my PS5, and I was like, whoo! Whoo! I was like, Robert! I was like, yo, dog, I lost my mind. When I like, they paid homage. So they didn't forget about Robert. They didn't forget about him, man. But when I saw Robert, I lost my mind. I lost my mind. A little Easter egg. There he is right there, guys. In Astro's Playroom. Tech demo for your PS that comes with your PS5. Bro, I lost it. I lost it. I lost it, bro. Yup. So they didn't forget about him. They used him as an Easter egg, so they know he's still around. They know he exists. It's just a matter of time they use him again, man. He should have been in PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. He should have been in there. He should have been in there. All right, so the next game. Let's see what we got here. Yep, then they shut down Japanese studios. Yep. Let's see. Evolution for Dreamcast. JRPG dungeon crawler. Is a must play in my personal opinion. And it's so sad that this franchise never had the opportunity to hit off the ground at all. And my dream was that if I ever become really, really big and have a game studio of my own, I will buy the rights or the license to this game and not even remake the game, but make a franchise out of this game. Evolution was everything to me on Dreamcast. It was about a young man named Mag Launcher. He's an adventurer, and what the game was about was it was this ancient civilization called Evolution. They had this technology called Psyframes. And I liked the potential that it could possibly have, because the Psyframes are like these mechanical weaponry or whatever, and people would go in these dungeons and dig them up, and they would use these side frames to travel, to explore these dungeons to find treasure and loot and stuff. So the main character is named Mag Launcher. His father had disappeared one day, but before he disappeared, he left this girl named NieR. He left her behind for his Mag Launcher's butler to look after. His butler is named Gray. And this girl could never talk. She never talks in it at all for some reason. And Mag Launcher would look after her, NieR. And NieR used to travel and go on adventures with him to many different dungeons and stuff. But when the father left, he left his son in debt. He owes this agency money. So he would travel in these dungeons, and as you win and stuff, and you fight enemies, throughout the game, you have to go back to this agency and clear off the debt, however, which I did. Like, it's an optional thing. But I forgot, you get something special when you clear the debt out. But you can beat the game and don't clear out the debt. But you get something special if you do. And the debt is really, really big. So you have to do a lot of fighting and grinding and stuff like that. And I was in love with the game. Now he has a side frame. The side frame is like a big fist or whatever like that. He had the side frame. And he would travel through these dungeons and everything. But later on, you find out this military is looking for this ancient civilization called the Evolution. You find out that the military wants the girl NieR, because we couldn't find out. She's kind of like an Arif. She's supposed to be the last of her people, and so they need her to unlock the power of the Evolution civilization and stuff like that. It was a good game. It was a dungeon crawler, and I'll show you. So what happened was the sequel came out later for Dreamcast, where the main antagonist this time was somebody from the Evolution race. So NieR finds out that she's not the only one that's left. And what happened was NieR meets him, and Mag Launcher gets jealous because now she's just started talking. In the sequel, she started talking and stuff. But then what happened was the boy that's supposed to be the remaining survivor besides NieR, he wants to take NieR from Mag, and he also wants to breed with her so they can repopulate and bring back their race. And that boss fight was ridiculous, yo. But to show you some of this, and then eventually what they did was at the Dreamcast and Sega no longer became a console manufacturer or whatever. The series has disappeared, but then it came back out on GameCube, and they remastered it, called it Evolution Worlds, which I have for the GameCube, and it's a combination of part 1 and part 2. And what they did was, it's 2 discs. What happened was, what they did, they cut out some of the fat and made 1 and 2 into one game. So they cut out some dungeons that you went to explore. They cut out some of those dungeons. So now you go from part 1 to part 2 seamlessly, as if they were one game. Dreamcast gameplay, just to show you. This was a hit, definitely was a hidden gem. This game was a hidden gem. Now, another thing that I want to tell you about Evolution is that the main characters are named after military weapons, because the creator of Evolution was from the military. So they named it. So the main character is named Mag Launcher, of course, a rocket launcher. His butler is named Gre, and his last name is Nade, so it's Grenade. You have Pepperbox. You have a couple of other characters that actually are named after guns or military weaponry. Just to give you a little insight on that. So yeah, this is Evolution. This is the intro. And you will run into other side frame users that think that they got on his back is a side frame that came from the Evolution civilization that was lost long ago. And that's the girl NieR. right here. So this was my game, man. And I was dying for this game. 'Cause I kept reading in the Dreamcast magazine, and I remember when I was in my room, I was playing. I forgot what game I was playing, and my dad came home from work, and I love when my dad always surprised me like this. He would come when he buy me a game. I didn't know that he was gonna buy me a game. He would walk in a room and then he would just toss the game on my lap while I'm doing when I'm in the middle of doing something. And I look on my lap, I just lose my mind. So I was in my room playing something. I can't remember what I was playing on my PlayStation. But my dad comes in the room and just tossed something on my lap, and I look, it was Evolution. Oh my god, I lost my mind. I turned my fucking PlayStation off and popped this game right in. So after this cutscene, the game picks up right after this cutscene. So the game comes on you right in the battle already. This was my game, man. So this is her name is this character right here is named Chain Gun. She's from the Chain Gun family, and what she got on her back is a side frame. So you meet other side frame users that eventually joins your party. And you have there's only one town. There's a hub town. This is where you get all your missions and stuff, and you go out to different dungeons and stuff like that. And then you meet Gra, and this is Grenade. That's your butler, and your butler joins your party too. He does martial arts and stuff like that. This was my fucking game. So to show you some more stuff. Let's see. Let's go to part 2. So it's a dungeon crawler. You go to different dungeons and stuff like that. They gather resources and stuff, and you can bring other party members, side frame users with you, and you travel these dungeons. And I love the soundtrack. I love the hell out of this damn game. And then like the battle system, typical turn-based. I love the camera. I love it's the battle theme. Love the battle theme. This is my favorite. And now I'm gonna show you part 2, because part 2 had actual voice English. It was English dub. This time around with part 2. And then as you level up your character, you start learning all these crazy super moves. It's just out of control. So I'm gonna show you Evolution Part 2, and then I'm gonna show you Evolution Worlds on GameCube. I'm gonna show you that real quick. All right, so
the best time to get a Reese's.
No, I think the GameCube version. No, I think the GameCube version was English dub. I think, if I can remember, I can't remember.
Being different.
But this is part 2. This is part 2. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, GameCube version was English dub. So then, let me fast forward. These bandits take over the train. You get to fight. This game, man. I wish they would remake this and do the or reboot it or something, man. This was my fucking game on the Dreamcast. But yeah, the GameCube version called Evolution Worlds take part 1 and part 2, and it combines it together into one seamless game. But yeah, man, you definitely have to look into it. And then, of course, unforgettable experience, Brave Fencer Musashi for the PlayStation 1. And it also came with the Final Fantasy VIII demo because Final Fantasy VIII wasn't out yet. And you know, back in the day, what Square Enix used to do was, whenever a new Final Fantasy came out, whatever other Square title that they had coming out, sometimes they would package it in there, a demo in there. And that was the way to sell the game. That was the way to sell whatever title, well, especially when there's a new IP. If they wanted to sell a new IP, they would put a demo of an anticipated Square game. Yeah. Exactly, I agree. Oh, what's up, censorship tube? What's going on? And Brave Prince of Musashi, man. At first I wasn't really feeling it at first. Cause it was like how can I explain it? The way the game played at first, I was like, I don't know, it was an action RPG. We'll go here first. Brave Fencer Musashi, PS1. It was like the more and more I played the game and got invested in it, the more and more I started falling in love with it. That's how Brave Prince and Musashi worked for me. And it was another one of those rare gem of a PS1 type of series.
Why do I have to do this? What the heck? I'll get Lumina.
Love the
then
music.
I'm outta here.
The music is beautiful. What's up, Arctic? The music was beautiful, and it was an action RPG. And you had to end up getting this big sword called Lumina. And Lumina had all these different abilities when you go to these different dungeons. It's kind of like an action RPG / Zelda type game. Because you go to these different dungeons and you have to get these different power-ups for your big sword called Lumina. And once you get Lumina, the different abilities of Lumina, you're able to access different areas that you couldn't access before. And it had, of course, voice acting in it, puzzle solving. This was a very, for me, this was a very different game. This was a very different game.
Where's the tower?
At the time.
Where's that note I got at the castle? Let's see.
Now Musashi
will not open.
The princess was in danger. She summoned him from another time period. So he doesn't belong here. He was summoned here.
Unless you sacrifice a warrior. Maybe those statues
this is
have
90s,
something to
guys.
do with it.
I think this is the voice actress who voiced one of the characters in Digimon, I think. Yeah, I think it's the chick that voiced one of the characters in Digimon. But this right here, the bell tower, the music. I got the whole soundtrack.
Whatever.
This music is beautiful. So you're on your journey to get the sword Lumina. This is the very beginning. So right now all you have is your katana, but now you have to go get Lumina, which is the big sword. So you have to solve this riddle that the princess left behind. I forgot he had like a gun too. I forgot all about that. The gunshot. And then also in Brave Prince and Musashi, you collect action figures. You can collect Brave Prince and Musashi action figures to put in your room, and you can play with them and stuff and pose them, which I thought was pretty cool. So then,
Whoa, it's so high
there's
up
Lumina
here.
right there, the sword.
Whoops! Don't have time to be scared.
So you had to solve the little riddle. There's Lumina right there. Got the Lumina blade. I got this on Christmas too. This game had a lot going for it. Yeah, imagine me playing it at this time. This was so dope, man. This was so dope. This game was so epic, but this is one of those games where it starts off slow. It starts off real slow, but as you start playing the game and you start getting used to the combat system, you start getting introduced to the different Lumina abilities, that's when you start seeing what the game is trying to say to you as the player. And I fell in love with it. Fell in love with that game. He said, I remember I tried playing this game on a 720p TV, but that latency wasn't good enough to do the cart section. So in 10 years, the Zoomers would start saying that the $10.10 era was fire. That Oh yeah, V. Yeah, V new. Yep, V. Yeah, the collecting action figures. V new. V new. Oh, what's up, Blaze? What's up, MDZ? He said I had to bust out the CRT. I still had and got past it that way. But yeah, imagine that. Imagine Zoomer saying that. He said it all ran out. Feature that gay scribe. At least the voice made it seem like, oh, you saw that flamboyant scribe character? Yeah, he said imagine him. He said imagine the Zoomer saying that the games in 2010 it was fire. You ain't nothing, nah, bro. That, like, I would laugh. And that's the thing about living for being older. I was around for almost every generation. I was born in the 80s. Well, at the late 80s. I was born in the late 80s, and then most of my gaming experience carried through the 90s to the early 2000s up until now. So I saw the evolution of games. We seen everything from the news reports, the game magazines, game trailers, the previews, E3. So I have a lot that I can compare. The 2010s is not touching none of this shit. None of this. None of it. I have Shenmue. I have Shenmue on Dreamcast. And I have the Shenmue 2 on the Xbox. Let's see. The next one. We getting down to the crunch. Let me see. NieR Automata. Unforgettable experience. Unforgettable experience. And the reason why it's unforgettable for me, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought the original NieR that came out on PlayStation 3 that my brother Keo had with Old Man NieR, I thought that game was ass. I thought the original NieR that came out on PS3, I thought that game was ass. My brother had it. My brother had the original NieR. So me looking at the original NieR on PS3 and how ass it was, and then when NieR Automata was revealed, I still wasn't intrigued. I still was not intrigued at all. And I'm gonna tell you why in a second. So we're gonna go here. NieR Automata. Reveal trailer. Now, some of you guys may even disagree with me. Some of you guys may even disagree with me, but I'm gonna tell you. When the trailer starts, I'm gonna all right, so when this reveal trailer came out, I'm looking at it. I'm like, okay, whatever. Now, my brother Keo's hyped because he's a fan. He's a real fan of NieR. And I'm going to be honest with you. Everybody made a big deal of 2B, of how sexy she is. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. I was not a fan of her design when I first saw it. When I first saw her. I wasn't really a fan of her design at all. I really wasn't. I didn't see I didn't know what the appeal was with 2B when I first saw her. And I'm going to explain that in a second when I get to the part that I want to get to. They show it. All right. This is the first reveal trailer. So it's not going to show what I'm looking for. All right, we go with this. The 2016 trailer. There we go. We go with the 2016 trailer. So yeah, this is the one I saw. This is the one. Here we go. So when we got the trailer, when I saw this trailer and it opens up, I see both of them. I was like, what the hell is this? So I see the two characters with blindfolds. I was like, they wearing all black. To me, I didn't find their costume, their aesthetic. I didn't find it appealing at all. It didn't stick out to me. And these characters looked kind of like a blank slate. They kind of looked generic to me. Wearing all black and they got a blindfold. So I can't get no attachment to them because I can't even see their face. So when I seen this, I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. But people were going crazy over 2B. I will be honest with you. I did not understand the appeal of 2B at all. And now they kind of look like 2B and what you and the other one, they look like dolls to me. They look like a blank slate. They look like dolls. They both blindfolded and they wearing all black, and you can't see their eyes, so I have no type of connection with them. And I'm like, why is everybody making a big deal out of 2B? I just don't see it. I do not see it. So, what happened was, my brother, Keel Lancer, bought the game. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy NieR Automata at all when it launched. I didn't buy it. I wasn't even paying attention to the hype around it or anything. But my brother, as I said before, was a fan of the original NieR game. So he bought the game and started playing it. As he started playing it, my brother came back to me. Keo came back to me and said, yo. He said, bro, please play this game. Play this game, bro. You got to. This game is really, really good. The story, the characters, and the combat is phenomenal. The music is awesome. And every time when my brother Keo begs me to play a particular game, he never misses. My brother Keo never misses when he begs me to play a particular game. Now, to remind you, people were hyping up 2B. I didn't see what the hype was. So, what happened was, my brother told me, one second. My brother told me to get the game. He told me to get the game. And I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. I'll give the game a try. I'll play it or whatever. So I popped the game in. And before I even popped the game in or whatever, I was looking up like reviews. And I see everybody just giving it glowing praise and stuff like that. So then I started playing the game. And that's when I saw this. That's when I saw when I saw this. When I saw this, I said, now I understand why. Now I understand. Now I understand what the hype is. He said, when are you going to come up northeast to have a bowl of ramen with me at Ryaki? Oh, that's funny. I think talking about the Plaza V? You talking about the at the Philadelphia Mills Plaza? Yeah, I'll definitely like to do that. Cause my bro, we was up there last summer. He said, you don't see Xenosaga on the list, V. But yeah, when I saw this, oh God, come on.
Never miss a beat with TD Clear.
Yeah, when I saw that strut, I said, now I understand what the hype is. Now I understand it. Now I understand why everybody is making a big fuss over 2B. I said, yo, this chick is thick as shit. But anyway, I started playing the game. And as I started playing the game, I noticed how the game switches different perspectives as far as gameplay. The game comes on and it was a shoot 'em up at first. A shooter. I'm like, okay, this is interesting. This is different. The game comes on and is you playing a shooter. And then she busts out of the mech, and now it's a third-person action game, action RPG. And then you get these weird top-down perspectives, and then it becomes a 2D side-scroller in some segments. I said, this is pretty interesting. And that's when we got into the lore. About how they send these droids down to fight this war for the humans. Because of the war with the aliens and stuff. And then we found out that the aliens, the enemy has been killed years ago, and then you get introduced to these two enemies called Adam and Eve, I believe. And that's their names, Adam and Eve, and they were males. It wasn't a male and a female; they were both males. And the story just started going down this philosophical like narrative. It just pulled me in, and then it had the different endings, bro. The whole concept, like you could write a whole thesis on that game. Like, I watched so many video essays. After I finished the game, I watched so many video essays on how everybody get different interpretations of NieR Automata. Love it. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. 1 second. I knew it. Said to me and booty. Nah, it's on comment in the boulevard. Oh, okay. Because the one I went to, V, is down in Northeast on at the Philadelphia Mills Plaza. There's a ramen place up there that, and it's an anime. It has all this anime posters, wall scrolls, and everything. Oh yeah, we definitely gotta do some ramen. We definitely gotta plan it out. And then, yeah, man, the NieR Automata was that game, and I'm about to get it for the Xbox as well and replay it again really soon. All right, so what's next? Cause there's a lot of things I want to talk about with some of these, because now we're getting down to the crunch. All right, must play Star Ocean 2. Star Ocean 2 was my first introduction to the Star Ocean series. This was an Enix title. This is before Squaresoft and Enix became one. Enix was still making games of their own. Yeah, what's up, AJ? Yeah, so I was playing. My dad had bought me Star Ocean 2 for the PS1. And to be honest with you, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. It just seemed interesting to me, you know, looking at some of the in the PlayStation magazine of the game and stuff. So I was like, okay, let me give this game a try. And this is another one of those action RPGs as well, and it introduced me to Enix itself. Really, this is like, I would say, was this my first Enix game? I guess you would say it's like my first Enix game, Star Ocean 2. And the game opens up and you're able to pick one of two characters, Claude or Reina. And I picked Claude. And the moment the game starts, I'm already intrigued just by the music alone. Enix and Tri-Ace have some of the best, especially Tri-Ace. I love, every time Tri-Ace make a game, like Valkyrie Profile and stuff like that, their soundtrack is just top notch. Awesome music and everything. And this was 90s for you too. And I remember playing this game, and the moment that Claude had got transported, or isekai'd, he got isekai'd into a whole nother world, and he meets Reina. And then he ends up, I guess you would say, fitting into this prophecy where this hero is supposed to come from another world, and he has the sword of light. And people thought the laser gun that he had was the sword of light. So everybody thinks he's part of this prophecy. And then you and Randon goes on this journey, and you meet these other characters. And what was so interesting, the game has over 20 endings, item crafting, and then there were so many characters. I think there was 8, maybe 12 characters. But you couldn't get all the characters. Depending on what decisions you make to recruit some characters, you won't be able to recruit the other characters. You'll run into the characters, but they won't join your party. So that also inspired you to replay the game multiple times to see what the multiple endings is, depending on your affinity with your party members, and depending on the choices you make to get certain characters. And the combat system was just addictive. Like, this action RPG, which is fucking awesome, man. But the big thing that really frustrated me is that Star Ocean always has had a known history of having these difficulty spikes that just come out of nowhere. 1 minute you're super strong, you clearing the area, then you run into this one enemy that can just one-shot you. It never made sense. But when those moments do come up, it really puts your thinking cap on to come up with different strategies, or especially when you have to control your allies manually and put some of put some of their AI decisions on how to approach the situation and stuff. The game and the story itself, man, Star Ocean 2 was just one hell of a game, man. Enjoyed it. And I bought the remake that came out for the PS4 and the PS5 and the Nintendo Switch. So I'm definitely going to replay it this summer. So maybe I'll play it on stream for those of you who never played or never even been introduced to a Star Ocean series before. Star Ocean 2 was good. Till the End of Time, which was the third game, I liked it up until we find out what the actual plot is. The plot twist. The plot twist ruined it for me. I hated it so much I quit the game. But if they was to remake it or whatever like that or something, or they do have a couple of they did remaster it, but I may go back to it. But if they remake it, I may go back to it. But that plot twist ruined the game for me. I just dropped the game. It pissed me off. So yeah, that was Star Ocean 2. Now, the next, what we going to talk about here? Final Fantasy Tactics. Unforgettable experience. Unforgettable experience. This was my first introduction to a tactics game. This was my first introduction to a Final Fantasy spin-off game. And the thing about this game is, it opened me up to the potential of what RPGs and the genre itself is capable of as far as storytelling. Because this story and its characters and this world was so complex to me, especially at the time of a kid. I was about, maybe 4th or 5th grade when Tactics came out. And the political, because the game is very political, because it's kind of like a Game of Thrones type of story, but with Final Fantasy elements to it, and it took place in the world of Ivalice, which they end up expanding the world of Ivalice into many different franchises like Final Fantasy 12, and Vagrant Story, etc., etc. But Final Fantasy Tactics, man, it was just one of those games where I was craving for a Final Fantasy game after completing Final Fantasy VII. I was in love with the Final Fantasy VII cast, the characters, the gameplay, the story, and I was looking for another Final Fantasy game, and I believe that Final Fantasy VIII wasn't even a thing yet. It wasn't even out yet. So Final Fantasy Tactics was the next game after Final Fantasy VII. So I was craving for a Final Fantasy game. So my dad had bought Final Fantasy Tactics for me. And what made me really fiend the game, me and my uncle always bonded because my uncle Gene, my dad's older brother, my dad loved RPGs, but my uncle Gene was the biggest RPG buff out of everybody. So me and my uncle always bonded. Every time I went around his house, all we did was talk about RPGs, JRPGs all day. And I remember I was talking to him about Final Fantasy Tactics, and I said, man, it would be awesome if Cloud was in this game. Cause like I said, I was a Final Fantasy VII fan, and he said, yeah, nephew, Cloud is in the game, cause he already beat Tactics already. And what my uncle does is he beats the game, and then he uses the strategy guide in the second playthrough to find the goodies and stuff like that. So he said, yeah, Cloud is in the game. He showed me the strategy guide. He said, yeah, Cloud's a playable character. Yo, I looked at Dad. I said, yo, Dad, take me back home, Dad. I gotta go back and play this game. I gotta go with Cloud. But the story and how real these characters felt, the relationships between family, friends, and the thing that really got me, it was about class. It was like a classism and type of thing that was going on in Final Fantasy Tactics. And I remember when Delita, who was adopted to the Below family, and I remember when Delita's sister got kidnapped, and as you're playing the first chapter or whatever like that, and you meet this guy named Augustus or whatever I think his name is. He joins your party because you had to rescue him. And what happened is, Augustus, this dude, when we fight the enemies against the rebels or whatever you want to call them, he's beating the shit out of them, stomping on them and stuff. And Delita and Ron's is like, yo, what you doing, Augustus? Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, don't abuse these people. So as I started playing the story, you started realizing, like, yo, are we the good guys or are we the bad guys? And then when you find Delita, your party member Augusto or Augustus, whatever his name was, I can't remember his name. Delita's sister, your homie's sister, is captured, and the rebels was like, yo, like, put the weapons down or else we'll kill her. Augusto shows up and pulls out a crossbow and shoot and kill your homie's sister. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, what are you doing, bro? So we had to turn around and fight one of our party members because Delita is part of a lower class. So to them, they was lower. They weren't even human to these people. So he killed your homie's sister. So now you have to fight one of your party members that you had in your party. You had to kill him. And then Delita ran over to his sister and he picked up his sister's body, and then he walked into this room and it blew up. And then the game does a time skip or whatever. And you thought Delita was scared or was dead, but he actually wasn't. And the story just go down this rabbit hole. Cause first it's like Game of Thrones, and then the next minute monsters and demons started popping up because of the Philosopher's Stone. Dude, it just started going down this rabbit hole. It was a good game. And he said Suikoden is a good one. Yeah. We'll talk about that in a second. He said, am I really seeing Sonic Boom there? Yeah, Wishes, hold up. Wishes. Please, like, don't jump on me right now about this. He said, did you ever play Bahamut Lagoon? Still haven't played it yet. I hope they remake it. Like they remade all the other Square games that never came here. Like Alive was a game that never came to the States. And I love that. And if Bahamut Lagoon ever becomes a thing, I would love for them to remake that for the Switch or something. So are we the good guys? A question that isn't asked often in real life. People wouldn't like that answer. Yeah, so we'll get to Sonic Boom in a second. Don't do this to me, guys. I didn't care. I thought Dragon Guard was ass. Like the gameplay, it was like a generic failed attempts at Dynasty Warriors. My brother has all the Dragon Guard games, but my brother first bought Dragon Guard for the PS2. My dad bought it for him for Christmas. That game looked horrible. The controls looked horrible. Everything about that game looked like ass.
Dragon Guard 1 looked horrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, 1. Yeah, my brother had that. Like that. When I seen Dragon Guard the first game, I said this shit look like ass. I didn't bother it. I didn't even bother with that game. Didn't care for it. But now we're gonna move on to the next game, Suikoden. Suikoden. After I played, because I think did Suikoden come out? Let me see. When did? 1 second. 1 second, guys. I want to make sure I get this right. Suikoden. They give me everything what I'm looking for. Nice, yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. I want to make sure my memory is right before I say what I say. Yes, Suikoden came out before Final Fantasy VII. It came out in 90. Yeah, it came out in 95. Okay, Suikoden. After I played Secret of Mana, was my first introduction to JRPGs. Secret of Mana, right? Then it was Chrono Trigger. Then we fast forward, right? Suikoden came out. Suikoden was the game that was responsible for my deep love for JRPGs. Now, remind you, this is 1995. When I first played this game, I didn't know what to expect. This is the first game where I actually started getting deep into the gameplay mechanics of JRPGs, especially with turn-based and stuff. But that's not Final Fantasy. With Suikoden, you have a six party member team, and the game had over 110 characters or 101 characters. I think the game had 101 characters. And with Suikoden is based on this Asian literature that takes that centers around youth going against the empire or going against their government that's oppressing them and stuff. So in this game, it was called it took reference to that, where you played as a main character named McDowell. Then you're a silent hero. You're like the silent protagonist. You can name your character, but their last name is McDowell. The McDowell family is a long line of military family that protects the queen, the king and the queen, or whatever like that. Now, what happens is you grow up in a privileged family because you come from a military family, and you have this friend named Pon, Cleo, Grimio, and you have a friend named Ted. Now, the thing is, you're the son of McDowell. You're about to be the next in line to follow in your father's footsteps. So you meet the king, you meet the queen. The queen is named Wendy. So what happens? You go on your first mission and stuff. You find, and as you go on this first mission, you end up fighting this boss. This boss is about to kill y'all. Your friend Ted comes out and snaps his finger, and then he has this rune called the Soul Eater. The rune kills, it one-shots the monster. The one of the military generals or soldiers or whatever sees what Ted did. You leave after you kill the boss. You go back to your home. All of a sudden, the military officer comes to you and knock on your door and say, "Hey, no, you go see the queen. The report that you had successfully completed the mission." All of a sudden, the military officer said, "Y'all can go home, but Ted, we need you to stay here." You go home. When you go home, you about to eat dinner or whatever. So what happened is, we wondering, where the hell is Ted? Ted didn't come back to the house. Next thing you know, you go downstairs, Ted is bloody. He's on the floor. You found out that the military, that the Imperial guards is after Ted. So like, why are they after Ted? The Queen Wendy wants to kill Ted. They want Ted's ability called the Soul Eater, which is a rune. We come to find out that the Queen lived over hundreds and hundreds of years ago and has been looking for Ted, trying to get his Soul Eater. Ted is over 100 and something years old and been on the run, but he looks young. He's like, it looks like your age. And now Wendy finally found him. And now they after him. Now you don't know that the Queen, you don't get that, you don't know much about that information about the Queen being over 100 something years old or whatever like that. So all of a sudden, now the military's after Ted. Now you have to make a decision. Are you going to trade your boy in? Or are you going to run? Or are you going to run with your homeboy? Now, if you run with your homeboy, you're going to be a fugitive by the military. Now, your father is gone. Your father's out fighting a war, so he has no idea what's going on. So what happens is, you decide to say, "Fuck that. That's my boy. I'm not going to turn my boy in." Kind of like what Captain America did with Winter Soldier. What happened was, you don't turn your boy in, but your nigga Pine, he went behind your back and went and got the military. So Cleo, who is also who also liked it, Pine, because like Pine, Cleo, and Gremio, they are pretty much your bodyguards. They your father left them in charge to look over you. Your nigga Pine, Pine looks like Ryu from Street Fighter. He has a red bandana instead. He looks like Ryu a little bit because his combat ability, he fights with his fists. He does martial arts. And Gremio is like your I guess you would say like your nanny like type character, but male, like a male nanny. He cooks for you, he looks after you, and he has a battle axe. And then Cleo's your mage. Well, Cleo likes Pine, but she started crying and said, "Yo, Pine, why you do that?" He said, "Yo, I'm doing this because like I still have loyalty to to McDowell's father." And he said, "Yo, don't you understand what this means? If we don't turn Ted in, we're going to be enemies to the Empire, which means we're going to be enemies to Master McDowell." So, what's up, Derp? So, we was like, "No, fuck that." So we took Ted. So Pine betrayed us. So now it's me, Ted, and no. So what happened was, Ted said no. He said, "No, run. Just run. I'm going to turn myself in." So Ted turns himself in. But we had to run. We out on the run because of what we were trying to do. So me, Cleo, and Gremio, we run. So eventually, while you on the run, the Empire is after you. So what happens is, you end up getting to this town and you end up running into this woman named Odessa. Odessa is trying to fight against the Empire. Odessa, what happens is, Odessa asks you to join her party or whatever. So you meet this dude named Victor, he's like a Han Solo like, but he joins your party. Odessa said, like, "Listen, I'm trying to start a liberation army. We want to fight against the Empire and free the people and everything like that." So what happened is, you go on this journey and you start running errands for Odessa to try to prep for this army. We trying to get all the information we need so we can start this army. You get back to the base. When you get back to the underground base where Odessa was at, everybody was murdered. So we like, what the hell happened? So Odessa runs ahead. So it's you, Cleo, Gremio, and Victor. Y'all running trying to find out where Odessa is at. So Odessa, when you get there, Odessa is on the ground, and you see this little kid that she's holding in her arms. And she says to the little kid, "It's okay, you can come on out now." The little kid comes out from underneath her, and the kid says thank you, and the kid runs off. When you go to Odessa is bleeding. She got stabbed to death. And Odessa gave us her final word, her final words. And she made you the protagonist in charge of the Liberation Army. She said, "Listen, I need you to find this guy. Don't worry, just show him this medallion, and everything will be answered." And she ends up dying. So now you're the leader of the Liberation Army, and now you have to find the guy that Odessa had told you to find before she died. You go to the town. You meet with the guy. The guy ignores you. He said, "I want nothing to do, with the Empire and this, that, and third." You show him the medallion. He looks at it and he gets quiet. And then he said, "Where did you get this from?" And he said, "We got this from Odessa." And you find out that Odessa is his younger sister. And now he found out that he said, "If you got this medallion, that means she's gone." And then inside the medallion was a map to this place that's sitting out in the ocean. And in this place is an actual cave. You defeat the spirit that's in there, and that cave becomes your base of operations. So now, throughout the whole entire game, you're trying to build a liberation army to fight against the Empire. And there's 101 characters. Each character that you bring to your base will add something to your base. You meet this one guy who's an inventor. He builds an elevator in your base. Then you start getting innkeepers. Now you got an inn inside your base. Then you start getting different blacksmiths. Then they start crafting you and building your weapons. The game was phenomenal. And then it turns into a strategy game. When you go to war, if one of your characters, any of your characters can die, and that's it. They will never come back in the game, in these segments or whatever. The game was phenomenal. And the sad part about it is, Ted sacrifices himself, and he gives you his Soul Eater glove. And what happens with the Soul Eater glove, you collect the different souls of the different generals, and you get their abilities. Wendy the witch, the queen, she's after that Soul Eater. Now, the sad part about it is, what about your father? Because now your name is growing around the nation. It's growing, and people are starting to cheer you on and everything. And the sad part about it was, when you go to your base and you have your meeting, they say, "Yo, Odessa's brother, the one that helped you set up, he's like your advisor." So your advisor was like, "Listen," he said, "you're going to have to fight your father soon. You're going to have to fight him. And he's the best general." He said, are you up for this?" And this was the sad part about it was, you had when it came down to it, now your father is your enemy, because he shows allegiance to the Empire. Now the thing is, he don't know that the witch, the queen, is a witch, and she's the one that has a spell over the king and the Empire itself. So now you're on the battlefield against your father. And then they have these one-on-one segments. And now you have to fight your father or whatever like that. And he said, you're a man now, son, and you chose this path. And since you chose this path, you are my enemy, and I'll have to treat you like anybody else. And then you have to end up fighting your father one-on-one, and you end up killing your father. And as he dies in your arm, he says he's proud of you, and he respects the fact that you chose your own path. And then what happens is, with the Soul Eater, you take your father's soul, and now you have his abilities. By the time I finished that game, that shit had me in tears. Now, what happened to your homeboy Pine? Well, Pine, he comes back, and his arc, he's asking for your forgiveness because Pine ended up joining your party and he apologized for turning in Ted and everything. And the thing is, you can lose Pine because when you first fight your father's army is kicking your ass and now you're on the run. And your father and his generals, his right-hand men, they're hunting you down. And then what happens is Pine will say to you, Master, go, Cleo, get Master out of here. So he said, this is my way of redemption. So you have to be Pine, the Ryu character, and you have to fight McDowell, which is your main character's father. Now the thing is, if you lose the one-on-one fight, he dies for good. He's gone from the game. So what happened was with these one-on-one fights, they're like, it's like a panorama that pans around, and you have to look at the patterns. It's turn-based, but depending on what they say, depends on what type of attack that you use to defend, block, or attack. But if you beat the father, you don't kill him. You get a cutscene, and you say, he turns the other way and he lets you go, and then he makes it back. Pine makes it back to the castle alive. But if he dies, you get news that Pine dies, and Cleo, who is in love with Pine, she cries. Man, that whole story, and then your nigga Gremio dies. The one that says like your nanny, your male nanny, he dies, and that was fucking sad, man. You get into this part where you fight one of the generals. One of the generals is this chick. She has this rose, and this rose has this poison. You get locked in this room. She locks y'all in this room where this poison turns into this ooze, and the ooze eat away at your skin. So what happened was your nigga Gremio pushes y'all outside and locks himself so y'all can leave. And while Gremio's talking to you through the other end, he was saying that, Master, he said, I always had faith in you. You will make a great leader someday. And as he's talking to you, he's melting away. I was like, as a kid, I started crying. I said, not my nigga. My nigga Gremio, this nigga is going. I'm like, yo. So what happens is, yeah, he was the cook. So, yes, censorship tube is right. Ready? He said, ready to reload. He said lick them boots, Pine. So yeah. So what happened was, you will run into the general chick. Now this is why I said there's choices that you could make in the game that would shape the story. Because what happens is, this is where you have to make a hard decision. You will run across the female general who killed your nigga Gremio. When you fight her as a boss, the moment you beat her, she says, where am I? She started having a different personality. And then what happens is you have to make a choice. Kill her or say, wait a minute, something is not right. You have to make that choice. I made a mistake the first time. I said, man, fuck that bitch. She killed my nigga. And all of a sudden, that's when Victor said, he said, yo, move out of the way. I'm going to kill this bitch. And he pushes you out the way and you stab and kill her. And I didn't know that you can recruit these generals. You find out that Wendy had put the generals under a spell. So when she killed your nigga Gremio, it technically wasn't her fault because she wasn't herself. When you beat her, you took the spell off of her. So right when you about to make the choice whether or not to kill her or not, listen to the dialogue and how her behavior changed. So I reset it. I had another I reset the game and chose to keep her alive. And your party does get mad and said, why would you do that? She killed Gremio. And then you try to explain that, yo, something is up. Something is different about her. And then that's when you start to find out the mystery of the spells and stuff. Yeah, man. It was yo, dog. Suikoden. Let me show you the they come out with an HD remaster. Suikoden HD remaster. It's coming soon. It's supposed to come out sometime this year. Now, the game was made by Konami. Now, if you go to my channel, I have covered this game called Eiyuden Chronicles. Eiyuden Chronicles is a spiritual successor to Suikoden. Because Konami, you know what happened to Metal Gear. You know what happened to Konami. Konami's not the same Konami no more. People wanted a new Suikoden. Because it's like 5 or 6 Suikoden games. And what happened was, we never saw a Suikoden game ever again. So what happened was the original creators of Suikoden left the company and started an indie company and started a Kickstarter campaign for Eiyuden Chronicles, which surpassed all expectations for the campaign. The game released next month. I covered Eiyuden Chronicles on my channel. The game is called Eiyuden Chronicles 100 Heroes. So it's the spiritual successor of Suikoden, has the same type of setup of what Suikoden is. Now, what I find dirty about Konami, ever since Eiyuden Chronicles was so successful, that's when Konami decided to come out with an HD remaster of Suikoden. Now, this the thing that's so grimy about Konami, because what happened was Suikoden, the moment Eiyuden Chronicles, the spiritual successor, it had delayed the game. The moment they delayed the game, Konami decided to delay Suikoden HD remaster. So you see what's going on here? Konami's trying to capitalize off of the hype that's surrounding Eiyuden Chronicles, hoping that will also wither off onto them. So here is the Suikoden HD remaster that's coming out, and all I can say is, man, this is a one hell of a JRPG. One hell of a JRPG. Yeah, one hell of a JRPG. But this game, man, this shaped me as a gamer and a lover of the JRPG genre, of the RPG genre. This game right here. This is the main character right here. Now the HD remaster comes with part 1 and part 2. That was your advisor right there. There's Pan right there. There's Cleo, Victor. There's Gremio right there. Suikoden, that's your base. This game, man, it was just fucking awesome. Just awesome. I can't, yo. This game, man. The combat system, everything, man. There's Pan, Gremio, Cleo. There's Ted, the one in the back with the arrows. They even fixed the world map. There's Ted right there. So many stories, man. 101 characters, and they all got their own. That's your father right there that you just saw. This Odessa that died. That's a Soul Eater. And this is Suikoden 2. But now I'm going to show you Eiyuden Chronicles, the spiritual successor. 100 Heroes. I pre-ordered it for the PS5. Here's the official trailer. This is the spiritual successor to Suikoden. I gotta get a better ad blocker. This shit is annoying. Alright. Here it is, right here, guys. This is Eiyuden Chronicles 100 Heroes. This is the spiritual successor.
And there is much.
You said everyone dying in your playthrough? Yeah.
The tale of a
see, censorship tube knows.
And their links
yeah, Cole. They delayed the game. The moment Eiyuden Chronicles delayed, there's all the characters you can recruit. 100 characters. Unblock Origin. You block Origin. Yeah, the OG director, he just passed away, sadly. He passed away, what, 2 weeks ago?
Our heroes and those closest to them.
Here it is right here, Eiyuden Chronicles. Look at these. I can't wait to play this, man. I cannot. This, look, Suikoden right there. This is Suikoden right here. I cannot wait for this game. I'm playing the hell out of this. And this come out around the same time as Stellar Blade. So this is where my backlog is gonna keep growing, man. It's going to keep growing because it's come out like Stellar Blade and this come out next month.
Lieutenant Kessling's aide.
And just like the original game, you follow the youth again.
Sane, a scion of the Empire and his comrades, each filled with youthful ambition.
If this game sells fairly well, we will more than likely won't see a sequel because the creator died. Yeah, that is sad, Cole.
Bandits and outlaws among their number.
What's up, Grimes? This game, man, I cannot wait for this game. I have so many RPGs to play, but I'm gonna play Stellar Blade first, and then I have to decide on what next game I'm going to play afterwards. Now, also in Suikoden, right? you have six people on the field in your party, right? Now, depending on certain characters in the story actually has a relationship, like a friendship or a bond with each other. So if you pair them together, it actually unlocks another menu where you have team up attacks. So if niggas are homies with each other, or if there's a husband and wife, or a boyfriend and girlfriend, or a apprentice, or in a sense, apprentice and a sensei, or whatever the case may be, if they're in the same party together, it gives you triple team attacks, you know, dual attacks. It's dope. Some characters can only fight in the front. Some characters can only fight in the back. It's a whole strategy behind it. And they're carrying it on into this.
A ship sailing the sands.
And yeah, I was going to get on Xbox. I was pissed off because I was going to support it on Xbox, but that's when I found out it was Game Pass only. It's Game Pass only. I was going to get it on Xbox. But when they said it was Game Pass only or some shit like that, I was like, fuck it. I guess I'll get it on the PlayStation 5.
The tougher the exterior, the stronger their hearts, and more enduring the bonds they forge.
This game, man, I can't wait. And this is a new trailer. I didn't even see this before.
What high-pitched voices this way come?
Yeah, I've never seen this trailer before. I wasn't even trying to show this trailer, but this is new to me too. But this looks dope.
It is the sound of sorcerers. What magical adventures await Noah and
I can't. Look at this. Look at all these. I can't wait. I cannot wait. But yeah, that's what I just wanted to show you with that. But man, yeah, Suikoden, man, it's a hell of a series, and then you got Eiyuden Chronicles, man. All right, so we almost done. We almost done. Oh, my hair's sweating. Can't even put a comb through it now. Whew. 1 second, guys. Whew. All right. So next, yeah, it's on Switch. I don't know if it's gonna be 60 frames on Switch. Yeah. Yeah, the game is gonna be on Switch. I'm not getting the Switch version because I know it's not gonna run the way I wanted it to run on Switch. You know how the Switch is. Let's see. What's next? Alright. I guess. Alright, Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom belongs in Guilty Pleasure. Now, hear me out, because I know a lot of y'all are like, what the fuck is that shit doing in there? Hear me out. I say it's a Guilty Pleasure is because even though the game is bad, there were some things that I liked about the game because I saw the potential that was there. As I said before, Big Red Button had a lot of developers who worked on the Jack games. And Sonic Boom Rise of Lyrics had that Jack and Daxter feel to it. It had the writing of like Jack and Daxter. And what I liked about Sonic Boom 2 is the interaction between the characters. They felt more fleshed out compared to a traditional Sonic game. Because the traditional Sonic games is like really super campy, and it's too childlike. But this one right here, because the Sonic Boom television show was funny as hell too. But I liked the banter that the characters had, and the game had potential, but Sega fucked them over. The game was actually supposed to be on was supposed to actually release for at the time PS4 wasn't out yet. I believe it. Yeah, it wasn't the PS4. Yeah, PS4 wasn't out yet, or whatever at the time, or was on its way about to be released. And what happened was, the game was already complete. To give you a history of the whole Sonic Boom thing, to break it down to you real quick, real fast, Sega had a contract with Nintendo. They supposed to have a 3-game exclusive. You had the Mario and Sonic at the Olympics, and then you had Sonic Lost Worlds. Now, in order to complete the contract, they needed one more game. Now, Big Red Button had already finished Sonic Boom. It was actually called Sonic Synergy. The actual Sonic Synergy looked it way better, which I'll show you right now. To show you, and it was multiplayer. It was supposed to be 4 players. This was Sonic Synergy. This is what we missed out on at the time.
And 2D art with class creatives.
And I'll explain why Sega fucked them over, because we end up not getting the game that we were supposed to get. Now here's the beta. Here's what we were supposed to get. This was supposed to release on the PC as well as at the time. So this is what we were supposed to get. And I was all for it. I saw the potential in this. An adventure game with combat RPG elements. I wanted a Sonic game like this. It wasn't a main... What they were trying to do with this game was, they was trying to give us two different kinds of Sonic. They was going to give us our traditional Sonic game that we normally play, and they was going to try to westernize Sonic with Sonic Boom. And it had potential, especially when you have the writers and some of the people from Jak and Daxter. I was all on board with this. So what they try to do is they was trying to branch Sonic off. You have your traditional Sonic, and then you have a more Western-like Sonic type of presence that they wanted to go with. They had a whole marketing campaign for Sonic Boom. So this was the original plan for it. The game was already completed. They had so many ideas. The game was incomplete. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was incomplete. Probably doesn't look much more demanding. Yeah. And the game was 4 players as well. Another feature that they took out from the game. And I was like, when I saw that, yo, we were supposed to get something like this, I was irritated. And here we go right here. This was the original one.
Check this out. A secret room.
This was, and it looks nothing. And once we got the real game, we got none of this. I was ready for this. And they had more combos and team up attacks. I was ready for this. I was ready for this. I was ready for this game, and we didn't get none of this. We didn't get none of this. I was waiting for this game.
Great, more stuff rising from the water. See ya, make way.
It was not Jak and Daxter Cross Sonic.
We done yet? Come on, buddy. What's life without a little adventure?
Yeah. I saw the potential that was here, and we didn't get none of that. We didn't get none of it. We got none of it. Well, this was the beta. This was the beta. Yeah, this was the beta. This is what we were supposed to get. But yeah, and as I played Sonic Boom Rise of Lyrics, I seen some of those elements in there. And all right, so to wrap that up, what happened was Sega got lazy and got cheap. They wanted to finish this 3 exclusive game deal. So they went to Big Red Button and said, "Hey, take Sonic Synergy and make that the 3rd game for our exclusive deal with Nintendo." So Big Red Button was like, "Okay, we'll do that." So when they started working on porting the game over to the Wii U, they realized how gimped the Wii U was because of the gamepad. Because the gamepad, you had to leave processing power and memory for the use of the pad. So and the Cry engine would not work for the Wii U. So they started running into complications. So Big Red Buttons went back to Sega and said, "Yo, we would have to make a brand new engine to be able to port this game over. We cannot use the Cry engine for this damn game for the Wii U because of how gimp the Wii U is. So Sega said, no, like, y'all would have to work with what y'all got because it has to come out alongside the toys and the television series. So what happened was Big Red Button had to work under pressure. They had to work 16-hour day shifts. They had to work over the weekend. They had to work over the holidays. And it brought a lot of stress, and people started quitting, and then they started losing money, where they had to start laying people off. And that was because of Sega. But when I started playing it, there was some aspects of the game that I liked, and there was aspects of that potential that was left, that was still there. A bit of it was still there, but never fully realized. It's a missed opportunity. Man, but was scrapped because of Ken Penders. Yeah. So that's why I was like, thanks. Yeah, it sounds like Sega dealing with Sonic to me. Yeah. So that's what ended up happening. So people end up getting laid off. Big Red Button got impacted real bad during the development of this. And so, because Sega wanted to get out of that exclusive contract that they had going on when it came to Sonic games. So they had to break down the game, and a lot of stuff was cut out. The visuals was bad, everything. So that's what happened to Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyrics with that. So it became a guilty pleasure of mine, or whatever. So, yup. All right, now we're getting into the juicies, the juicy parts. All right, so I guess we'll do Final Fantasy VII first. I'm not gonna stay long on Final Fantasy VII. You guys already know my experience. You already know my deal with Final Fantasy VII. You know it's one of my favorite JRPGs of all times. I love Final Fantasy VII. I love the characters. I love the story. You know, I played the compilation. I'm currently playing the remake trilogy. I did a big review and spoiler rant on it as well. You can check out on my channel. So I'm not going to spend any time with Final Fantasy VII. I have beat it to death. I have talked about it yesterday, even though I haven't even put it up there yet. So you guys already know my opinion on Final Fantasy VII. So we're not going to just go into any further detail. You already know. All right. So the next one we're going to talk about is Yakuza Like a Dragon. So I missed your Sonic and Knuckles. Is that in your first video? Because I love that. Oh, my Sonic and Knuckles, I talked about that in this stream. You just missed it. So when the stream is over, you can just go back and watch the archive. The archive is going to be on my channel, so you can be able to catch what I said with Sonic and Knuckles. I talked about that earlier. Yeah, so Yakuza Like a Dragon. Unforgettable experience. Let me tell you something. The Yakuza games, I'm not really a beat 'em up brawler type of. I would say grew out of it. I started having less and less interest in brawler type games. You know, I grew up my whole life playing a lot of beat 'em up brawlers on Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo and even in the arcades. But as time progressed, I was really more so invested in JRPGs and RPGs in general. So when the Yakuza games was first announced, they looked interesting, but I just wasn't into the brawlers. I wasn't really into the brawlers, and when I found out they were like action, like RPG brawler type games, I still wasn't really into it. It just wasn't something that really appealed to me, and everything. And this game is very, very Japanese too. On top of that, so it was a game that didn't really appeal to me at first. So I never really bothered the Yakuza games. I seen all the Yakuza trailers that release every time a Yakuza game comes out. The game itself in the West was very niche, but I heard so many glowing reviews and praise from that community that talks about it. My homie Omega Boris himself loves the Yakuza series, and every time me and him talk on Discord or when he calls me on the phone, we talk about the Yakuza like that, and he's very passionate about it, and he always recommended me to give it a try, but I never did. So this is where the controversy comes in, and the controversy with the Yakuza Like a Dragon game is there was an April Fool's video with the Yakuza, and what happened was in the April Fool's video they had the game as a turn-based RPG. Now, in my personal opinion, I made a video about it years ago. I said, what if this is not an actual April Fool's joke? What if they're putting it out there to see what the response is? Because Yakuza is going to be an actual turn-based RPG. I said this in my video, in one of my older videos. So what happened was, people talked about it. People, made a big deal about it. Some people said, "Oh man, this look neat" or whatever like that. But then after that, the Yakuza Like a Dragon game was announced, and they showed it off, and it was in fact a turn-based RPG, and it pissed a lot of fans off because they said, "How dare you? Why would Sega abandon us? We supported this game, and now you're making it into a turn it into a turn-based RPG." And I understand how these fans feel. This is how I feel when it comes to, I guess you would say, the remake trilogy to Final Fantasy VII, where they're taking my favorite game and they're turning it into something else. Or for instance, Final Fantasy 16, where now it's no longer a turn-based RPG. Now Final Fantasy 16 turned into a fully complete action game. And I was so upset about that. And of course, you got people saying that, it's time for it to evolve, and, turn-based is whack anyway, and all this other type of stuff like that. And when I look at the Yakuza Like a Dragon, I understand how people feel. This is how people feel. Like, yo, you took our action RPG, and now you turned it into a turn-based. But check this out. Because it was a turn-based game, I decided to give the game a try. And I did not know what I was in for. I was introduced to some of the best JRPG characters I've ever encountered. It's up there with my Final Fantasy cast of characters. With Ichiban and his crew, they are up there with my Final Fantasy VII cast. That's how good. The writing, the storytelling. And I am not going to lie to you guys. When I made it to the end of the game, which I'm not going to spoil because I personally recommend this game to you guys, I literally cried. I literally shed a tear at the end. I literally shed a tear at the end of this game. This is one hell of a JRPG. One hell of an experience. One hell of a game. So packed with content and mini games as well. The turn-based, phenomenal. The item crafting, phenomenal. Enjoyed every bit of it. And when the game ended, I laid down in bed and wondering what Ichiban and the crew is doing next. That's how you know it's a good game. That's how it was with Final Fantasy VII. When I completed Final Fantasy VII, I was wondering what Cloud and everybody was doing afterwards. That's how I felt when I turned the game off. That's how much I respected this game. And because of that, now I want to go back and play the other Yakuza games. Because of that. They brought me in because of the turn-based, and now I want to go back and show my appreciation by playing the other entries. Loved it. I recommend this game. If you haven't played the Yakuza games, I don't care which ones, you have to play at least one of them. But this one personally, please, I dare you, play it. You would not be disappointed. Okay, we getting there. Next, Xenogears, unforgettable experience. Xenogears, if you guys don't know, is the birth of the Xenoblade series. This is where everything began with Xenogears. And I'm going to give you a quick, brief history of Xenogears for a second. This game was so controversial back in the day, in the 90s, that it was banned in Europe. This game was banned in Europe. Europe was not allowed to have this game. Because with the Xenogears, or the Xeno series, but we'll say Xenogears for now, Xenogears took Judeo-Christian religion and science and mixed it together to make this story. It takes the Bible and flips it on its head to tell one hell of a story, to the point that the Catholic Church and many of the Christian religions in Europe seen the game as blasphemous, and they banned the damn game. They banned it. They banned the game because of how they seen it as blasphemous to Christianity. Now, another thing that you don't know, Xenogears was supposed to be Final Fantasy VII. It started out as a Final Fantasy VII project, but the game went so religious, the game went so left field, the creator was like, yo, the Square Enix or Squaresoft at the time would say, yo, like, Final Fantasy, like this is not even a Final Fantasy game at this point. So they wouldn't allow it to be a Final Fantasy game. So then, and then after that, it was supposed to be a Chrono Trigger sequel. It was supposed to be a Chrono Trigger sequel. It went from Final Fantasy VII, then it went to a Chrono Trigger sequel. It's supposed to be a Chrono Trigger sequel, but the game was still so damn out there that they wouldn't allow it to be a Chrono Trigger sequel. But you can find Easter eggs of a painting of Luca from Chrono Trigger in the game. So it's supposed to be a Chrono Trigger game and never ended up becoming one. Oh, I didn't know that. Censorship. Yup. So, what happened was, the creator of Xenogears, he loves philosophy, and he loved talking about religion and stuff like that. But he could never relate to, no one could ever relate or think on his level at the Squaresoft office. But this one chick that was there, who had the same thought pattern, that he was able to every day at lunch, he would sit down with this woman who also worked at Squaresoft, and they would talk about philosophy, religion, and stuff. And those two got connected, and they end up eventually becoming husband and wife much later. But they came up together with the whole idea of Xenogears, and they bought it to Squaresoft or whatever like that, and they allowed them to kick off this project. During the project of Xenogears, Squaresoft, because of the success of Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII at the time, I believe did 8 release yet? Let me see. I don't want to spew out misinformation. Let me see, real quick. Let me go to Google. All right, 1999, and Xenogears. And Xenogears had released in 98. All right, okay. So, yeah, all right. So, what happened was... Crap, I'm trying to do that. Xenogears was in development. While at the same time, Squaresoft was working on Final Fantasy 8, 9, 10, and 11, and Spirits Within. So what happened was, while they was working on Xenogears, with the budget and the team that they had, it was a very ambitious project. And what happened was, Spirits Within bombed. Spirits Within bombed. Final Fantasy VII was so popular, and it put Squaresoft on the map in the West. So Squaresoft got cocky and got so confident in the Final Fantasy brand because of Final Fantasy VII, they greenlit a bunch of Final Fantasy titles at the same time. Final Fantasy 8, 9, 10, 11, and Spirits Within the movie. Because of what Final Fantasy VII has done for them. So, what happened was, after all that was said and done, while they was in the middle of working on Xenogears, Spirits Within fucking bombed. It bombed so bad that it hurt Square Enix, Squaresoft financially. While at the same time, they was already planning a merger with Enix. They was already in negotiations with Enix. But when Enix saw Spirits Within fail and then their stock went down and everything, Enix had pulled back. Enix had pulled back and said, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So they pulled back. So what happened was, right in the middle of Xenogears, Square came to the Xenogears project and said, "Yo, listen, we're going to strip your budget." So the creator of Xenogears is like, "Wait a minute, what do you mean? Like, how can y'all do this or whatever like that?" Because of what happened with Spirits Within, and then they had to tighten up their budget. So they said to them that, "Yo, you can either work with the budget that you got, or we're going to just cancel the project altogether." So that's why when Disc 2 is unfinished. Disc 2 is unfinished. If you play Xenogears in the first disc, Disc 2 is a totally different experience from Disc 1. Disc 2 became more like a visual novel, where battles, like boss battles in between the visual novel aspects. And then by the time you make it to the end of the disc, that's when the game allows you that's when the game opens up and you're allowed to travel on the world map to do side quests before you fight the last boss. But Disc 2 was so fucking incomplete. I was confused when I popped in Disc 2 because you sat down most of the time reading shit. Like, you wasn't controlling anything. You only controlled when you got into boss fights or important, battle sequences. But most of it was like a visual novel. That's what ended up happening. So what happened was exactly MDZ. So what happened was by the time Xenogears was done and they put it out there, the creator was so frustrated with Square. Yeah. And he had a whole Bible for Xenogears. Xenogears, he did a George Lucas. Xenogears, I think he's supposed to have 6 episodes or something like that for Xenogears. Xenogears, is actually episode 5, I think, if I can remember. Xenogears is actually episode 5. He started there. So we never got a chance to see the story finish. Chapter 5. Yeah, it was chapter 5. Episode 5 or chapter 5. So what happened was we never got a chance to see his full vision. He got so frustrated with Square, he picked up and packed his bags, and the team that helped him work on Xenogears left with him and ended up going to Bandai Namco. Bandai Namco helped them open up a studio called Monolith Soft. They opened up Monolith Soft, but the deal was that when they make a Xeno game, it would have to be under the umbrella of Namco. Because I think it wasn't Bandai Namco yet. It was Namco. So Xenosaga, he pretty much had to start over again, because Square owns the rights to Xenogears. So that's when he had to do Xenosaga and do Xenosaga in episodes to retell the story or whatever. And then the Xenosagas failed so bad as far as sales. So bad, it pretty much Namco was disappointed. And then they end up letting Monolith Soft go to be a free agent. They became a free studio, and they became an independent studio after that. And then that's when Nintendo came in, and because Iwata was friends with the creator, with the CEO and creator of Xenogears, he was friends with him, and he wanted him to do a project for the Nintendo Wii. So the original project was called Monado. It was called Monado at first. But then Iwata knew how much that he loved Xeno, and he said, why not call it Xeno? And the CEO of Monolith Soft looked at him, and he couldn't believe it. That he said, really? Like, this is what you want? And he was like, yeah. And then that's when he renamed it to Xenoblade. And then he took pieces of Xenogears and Xenosaga, and he had now, because like I said, since he left Bandai Namco owns Xenosaga. So now he has to start over again. But what he did with Xenoblade, he took a lot of elements from Xenogears, Xenosaga, and he's able to put them in there. Yup. But anyway, Xenogears was a beautiful, and it was an epic game. And it made me fall in love with mechs and robots. Because, I grew up watching Gundam Wing, but Xenogears made me a fan of mechs and how they incorporated mechs into the gameplay mechanics and everything. Because you have mech combat, and then you have your traditional turn-based RPG. It felt like a fighting game because you do combos and all kinds of stuff in the game. But the story was so complex. When Xenogears was a thing, I was like I believe I was in seventh grade when Xenogears came out. And 7th grade me didn't understand anything that was fucking going on playing Xenogears. I understood nothing. Like, I was only able to grasp the surface level of what Xenogears was trying to tell me because of how complex. And also, the localization was a nightmare. One man had to localize the entire game. And there was an interview where he talked about it, or whatever. But he said it was a nightmare trying to do it because no one wanted to touch it. No one wanted to touch the game. So he got in there and he had to do it by himself. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was Satan with the katana OP. Oh yeah, the voice acting, yeah, yeah. But that was 90s gaming when it came to voice acting, so it didn't really bother me much. Yeah, the man did phenomenal work. It was one man. I forgot. I seen an interview, but it was an interview where they talked to him about Xenogears. He did the localization, the translation, and everything because no one wanted to touch it. No one wanted to touch it, and he bust his ass. He bust his ass localizing and translating that fucking game. But yeah, man, Xenogears was a hell of an experience. And I definitely want to do another playthrough of it. Now, the thing that makes me mad about about Squaresoft with Xenogears is that Squaresoft had pretty much ignored Xenogears. They fucking ignored it. They haven't put out any new games of Xenogears or did any new spin-offs or anything. They pretty much threw it away. They packed it away, locked it away. Once Xenoblade became popular, Xenoblade 2 made the series even, like, Xenoblade 1 was a niche. You know, it was, everybody loved it. But Xenoblade 2 is what blew up Xenoblade. The moment Xenoblade got popular because of Xenoblade 2, that's when Squaresoft, when you go to their Squaresoft store, I started noticing they started selling action figures of Fei Wong, Ellie, Weltall. They started capitalizing on the success of Xenoblade. They started putting out a bunch of Xenogear merchandise after that. That is dirty as shit. So I have to look it up, but I think I know the channel crazy enough to get in depth with that too. Yeah. And he said I started a few months ago and replayed it on my Vita low and just started damn Fiend. He said with Xenosaga you at least still get to see Cosmo making a cameo from time to time. Yeah. And Squaresoft was dirty. They started putting out merchandise to capitalize off of Xenoblade success and popularity. Now, I said that I would like a remake of Xenogears, but the only way a remake of Xenogears would work, Squaresoft would have to humble themselves and go to Monolith Soft. And if they go to Monolith Soft, because Nintendo owns Monolith Soft now, they bought them out. They're a second party company now. Xenogears would only be a Nintendo exclusive because it's owned by Monolith Soft. I would never want to play a Xenogears game if Monolith Soft and the creator of Xenogears is not on board. If he's not on board, I don't think I would play it. I don't think I would. If that would happen. But I think the only way that would happen is if Squaresoft will humble themselves and go to him and collaborate with Nintendo to do Xenogears and release it on whatever new Nintendo platform or console that will come out. That's the only way. Oh, first party exact. Thanks DJ for clearing it up. He said I got bored with the game right now, so I decided to replay one. That's the only way I'll buy another Nintendo console. Yeah, that's the only way I can see this happening. If they would go back and humble themselves, because it was a lot of friction with the creator of Xenogears and Squaresoft. That's the main reason why he left. So, they would like Square would have to tuck in their pride and go to him and allow him to continue and complete his vision. I want to see this man's vision completed. I really do. I want to see his vision completed. I really do. But yes, that was Xenogears. Next, of course, Xenoblade. Unforgettable experience. I made a video on this maybe like 2 years ago, probably 3. Xenoblade 2. The reason why I don't have 3 on there, 3 was pretty cool, but 3 wasn't hitting like 2. I love 2's story better than 3. But I'll get back to that in a second. Xenoblade 2, the reason why this is an unforgettable experience for me, because 2 represents, and I did a video about this, about why Xenoblade Chronicles 2 reinvigorated my love for JRPGs. You have to understand, around this time when Xenoblade Chronicles 2 came out, I pretty much abandoned the JRPG genre. Because at this time, one, I didn't have time, because at the time, I finished college, and at this time, I'm trying to get my life together, you know, trying to rebuild my life, you know, being a single father, raising a daughter, trying to get my ducks in line, trying to create a foundation and stuff. So I didn't have time to sit down and play long-winded games like the JRPG genre. And after a while, JRPGs, especially during that time period, some of them was kind of stale or whatever at that time for me with some of the JRPGs. So I was more so playing fighting games more than anything. I was playing nothing but fighting games. I was on this fighting game craze because of college. Fighting games was something I could pick up and play, put down. So I continued that after college. So I was pretty much ditched the RPG genre for quite a bit. It wasn't until we have gotten into the reveal of the Nintendo Switch and we had gotten the reveal of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I lost my shit when I saw the trailer. Because I didn't think that we not only going to get the Nintendo Switch, but we also going to get Xenoblade Chronicles 2 within the launch year. That was nuts. The Switch was on fire. When I say on fire, they had bangers at the bangers. They was dropping bangers. That momentum that the Switch had was ridiculous. And Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was no different. So I didn't play the first Xenoblade Chronicles. Kyo has the first one for the Wii. He still has the original game. Now, I remember my brother playing Xenoblade Chronicles 1. He put hundreds of hours in it. The game is very big. And to me, it was kind of intimidating me at the time because I kind of fell out of RPGs. And I wasn't ready. I knew playing a Xenoblade game, I would have to invest my life into it because the amount of hours you have to put into that game. And that's something I wasn't ready for. But Xenoblade Chronicles 2, after seeing how it looked visually, I was like, you know what? I need to get this for my Nintendo Switch. This will be my first I want to say my first Xeno game because I had Xenoblade Chronicles X. That game was ass. I did not like that game. But Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was something that I wanted to play. So I was like, okay, I'm going to buy it. So guess what happened? I bought Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I didn't play it until a year later. I didn't play the game until a year later. So what happened was I opened the game and the game started really, really slow. I said, can you play the theme of Sword Valley, please? I gotta find it. I have over 845 hours and damn. So what happened was I ended up playing Xenoblade 2. The game was really, really slow. And I was like, I don't know about this game. And I sat it down. I didn't play it until 6 months later. Because Kyo, like I said, when my brother begs me to play a game, he never misses. He's like, bro, you gotta play. You can't give up on Xenoblade 2. You gotta play it. Trust me, the game picks up after chapter 3. The game gets crazy. The game start fucking your head up. Play the game. So I was like, all right, man. So I hopped back into it. And once I got to chapter 3, my brain just exploded. The story started picking up. The story had you believe it's one thing, and it's actually something else. Started getting introduced to some of my favorite characters in the game. We started going to the different titans, the different locations, the beautiful music. The combat system started opening up more and more as you got more blades. the game was just phenomenal. Loved the story, and then you found out that the game is going in parallel to Xenoblade 1. The game truly is a sequel. It connects with Xenoblade 1. And we started finding more and more stuff out. And as you start getting closer and closer to the end, I started seeing Xenogear elements in it. They started showing off mechs and started unfolding and started bringing in some Xenogears with the religious concepts that Xenogears was very heavy on. You started seeing that some of that Xenogears elements in it, and it just had me. I was just lost. I was lost in it, and it pretty much woke me up. It awakened me. It brought me back to the RPG genre once again. It reinvigorated my love for JRPGs, and ever since then, I was back on the JRPG hype train again because of Xenoblade Chronicles. So let them. Oh, I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna spoil it. That's why I never said. You notice I never said anything about the story. Never said anything like crazy details about the story. But I'm not gonna spoil it. That's why I'm not gonna talk about part 3. I'm not gonna talk about just play it. I recommend Xenoblade. All 3 games. I recommend all 3 because by the time you play 3, it actually brings together Xenogears and Xenosaga. And now it got me hyped for Xenoblade 4 for the future. Yup. Alright, we almost done, guys. Unforgettable experience. Phantasy Star Online Episode 2 for the Nintendo GameCube. Now, just let you know, I have it on the Dreamcast too. But in order to get the best fun out of the Dreamcast Phantasy Star Online, you have to play it online, then play with other players. I never played it online. My parents never got me the online service for the Dreamcast, so I never got to play any games online with the Dreamcast. So I can't talk about the Dreamcast one, but I can tell you about the GameCube one, because what I loved about the GameCube, we was able to play 4 players, and you was able to play it online. I never played the online component to Phantasy Star Online 2 for GameCube, but Phantasy Star Online 4 players, what we played. I pulled, how many hours I had? I had 1,200 hours of Phantasy Star Online 2 for the Nintendo GameCube, and it was Episode 2. They introduced a whole new campaign that the Dreamcast didn't even have. And the thing was, I liked playing the single-player campaign on Dreamcast, so I always wished to be able to play Phantasy Star multiplayer. And then when I remember on the Next Generation magazine when they showed off, when they showed it off, I was like, wait a minute, they having a 4-player Phantasy Star that's coming to GameCube every day. And now I was in high school when this came out. I was at Bach at the Bach. I was going to Bach at this point when this came out. And every day after I got out of high school, I used to run home, do my homework, and boot my GameCube up and play the 4-player mode with my brother Keo and my brother DX Strike, and then my cousin Dave. When he came home from school, he used to run around to my house and bring his memory card to bring up his character data. And we would play this game for hours on end. Hours on end. Especially over the weekends. And the best part about it was getting those rare weapons, the rare items. When you seen the red loot box will pop up, you knew it was a rare item in there. You didn't know what kind of item it was going to be until you grabbed it. And the amount of times and the amount of hours you put into that, 1,200 hours, man. Full-on 4-player multiplayer. Beautiful soundtrack. And it's like Sega never missed with this series. And we played through the first campaign, Episode 1, which was dope. We was able to play through it, and then hard mode, unlock hard mode. That hard mode would also unlock other like rare weapons and stuff. And then after we finished that, we move on to Episode 2 and start playing through Episode 2 together. And we just fell in love with that game, man. It was a fucking awesome game. Awesome game. And I don't think I would ever get that experience from a Phantasy Star game ever again. Yes, you have Phantasy Star, the new Phantasy Star Online 2 that's out on the computer. not on the computer, but all on the Xbox and stuff like that, and you have New Genesis. But you would never get that experience ever again. You would never get that. So I think Phantasy Star Online has support on the Xbox thing. I don't remember what it was called though. Portable. Yeah, the Portables was fun. Portable 2 was fun. I didn't like Portable 1. But Phantasy Star never hit the same after the GameCube version. I'm sorry, it just never hit like it used to. And then last but not least, and the reason why I put this last was because this introduced me to a whole nother form of gaming itself. And that was the MMORPG genre altogether. It made me look at gaming in a much different way. And that game is Final Fantasy XI Online. Now, I'm in high school when this came out. I was in 11th grade at this time when I finally got the title. So the game been out for about maybe 2 or maybe 3 years by the time I got into it. So we already on the Rise of Zilart expansion pack. About to go into the Chains of Promethea, I believe, if I can remember. But this was my introduction to the MMORPG. My father bought me a PC specifically so I can be able to play this game. I wanted a PC because I never had a PC of my own. We had eventually we had a PC for the family, for the house to use. But my dad, for my birthday, my dad bought me a PC. I love when my dad always surprised me with something because I wanted a PC. I didn't know he was going to get me one, but I remember I came in the house and my dad was quiet. He ran upstairs, and all I hear is this thump on my bed while I'm downstairs, and it was my birthday. And I remember I ran upstairs, and my dad said, "Son, you left your PS2 on." I said, "I did." So I ran upstairs, I opened the door, I see this big box. It was a Dell computer, and I had a graphics card. And I was jumping around. I was hitting on my dad like happy and stuff like that, because now I'm about to get introduced to PC gaming. Plus, I was playing RPG Maker on consoles. Now I'm able to play RPG Maker on the PC now. Now I'm able to get really involved in RPG Maker now that I have my very own PC. And now it's time for Final Fantasy XI, my first MMO experience. And I remember, because Keo got Final Fantasy XI on PS2 for Christmas. He got the hard drive and everything. Mom and Dad bought it for him. So I remember me first installing it. It took hours to install that shit. I didn't know it was gonna take hours. It was an MMO. I didn't know what I was prepared for. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. So I remember booting up Final Fantasy XI, and I had to make my character. I get introduced to the different races, the different classes, and stuff like that, where I wanted to start off as. And they had to pick out of the 3 nations. You had Badstock, you had Winders, and then what was the other one? It started with Sandoria. You had the 3 nations. So since I picked the human character, most of the humans came from Badstock, so that was my nation. That's where I decided to pick and come from. And I remember when I first created my character Melchizedek, and I landed in Badstock, and I didn't know what to expect. So I'm looking around in Badstock, and I see characters running around. I'm not sure if they're real people. I'm not sure if they're NPCs. Like I said, this is my first MMO. I never played an MMO before. I don't know what to expect. So I'm in Badstock, and I see a bunch of people running around. I'm not sure if they're real people. I'm not sure if they're NPCs. So I'm lost. I don't even know where to begin. They just throw you out there, and I'm looking around like, what do I do? What do I do first? So I remember I started running around, and I seen this one guy standing there, this elven character. So I walked up to him, and I remember I said to him, I typed in, I said to him, I'm like, "Are you real?" And he looked at me, and then he did the facepalm emote, and then he did the laugh emote. And he said, "Of course, dude, I'm real." He said, "What's up?" I was like, "Listen, I'm new to the game. I don't know what the hell I'm doing." And I was waiting for my friend from high school, Rankum, to get on. He didn't get on yet because he's already playing Final Fantasy 11. He's already level 75, which was like the cap level at the time, cap level, and he had a couple classes at 75. So, and it just felt so epic. It felt so different because this is a real person from somewhere on some other end of the world who I'm interacting with. And he said, "Sure, what do you want to know?" And I said, "I don't know. I'm in bad stock. Like, show me around." And I'm following him. He's showing me around. He's showing me around the different shops, how to talk and communicate with people. Show me where the mall house is at if I want to change my class and everything. And that was my first interaction with a real life person in this game. And the thing about Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 11 pulled no punches as far as difficulty. When I say this game was brutal, this game was fucking brutal. This game you actually de-leveled. What do you mean de-leveled? What I mean is if you gained the level and you died and you're at the lower threshold of that level, when you die you lost experience point. You would de-level back to the level that you was before you leveled. And when you de-level, it would make this sound. And it would suck the soul out of you. You feel like you lost everything. And what happened was, this game really put emphasis. It was a Final Fantasy game. And you know, in Final Fantasy games, you did everything as a party. You always had party members. And they took that literal. Because the game was so brutal that you really couldn't solo anything unless you had a class like the Beastmaster. That was a solo class that you was able to do solo material. Final Fantasy 11 at the time, you couldn't solo shit. You had to do everything with a party. Because that game was so fucking brutal when it came to the enemies. You couldn't explore the vast, beautiful landscapes by yourself because of how brutal the enemies was. You had to always be in some kind of party or riding a chocobo to get through different locations. That's how brutal the game was. And then the class system, what made it different from any other MMO back in the day is, once you picked the class back in the day in other MMOs, you was locked into that class, and unless you made another character. This game, you was able to go to your mall house, and you was able to select the different classes, and then there were advanced classes once you hit level 30 that you had to do a quest to unlock the advanced classes, like Paladin, Ninja, and a couple other classes, Summoner and stuff like that. And I remember that. And the game was very complex, and what made it hard was there was job or class discriminations within the community. Because Dragoon was ass. If you was a Dragoon, no one was inviting you in parties at all. And if you was a Dragoon, if you wanted to get parties to be able to level up your characters, you had to make a party of your own. Because no one was inviting Dragoons in parties because people seen it as ass. No one was really inviting Dark Knights too. So yeah, so you had class discrimination in the game. If you wanted to level up real fast, pick one of the mage classes, especially white mage, because you had a party of six members. You needed a tank, and you needed 2 damage dealers. You need a magic caster that nukes the enemy, and you needed a healer. If you didn't have a tank and you didn't have a healer, your party wasn't functioning. You was not leveling up. So if you didn't have a tank or a healer, you couldn't party. So this the thing. White mages was on high demand. Since white mage is on high demand, if you couldn't get a white mage, you was not playing that game that day. You was not leveling up that day. You was not playing the game. And if you couldn't find a tank like Paladin, once you got into like the 30s, the level 30s, because first Warrior is a tank. But once you got to level 30, Warrior was no longer a tank, it was more of a damage dealing class. And Paladin takes over or Ninja takes over as a tank. Ninja and Paladins took over. So if you didn't have a tank or a healer, you was not playing that game that day. You was not fucking playing that game. So what happened was the game had forced you to communicate and talk to strangers, because what happens is you had this one location which you will always first you solo by yourself at level 10 because the enemies are kind of weak at level 10 because you fight near your region. Then you get to the place called the Dunes at level 18. It was called the Dunes. You had to stay at the Dunes in that location from level 18 to level 20 till you get to Quiffum Island. Once you get to the Dunes, you're almost there forever. What I mean by forever is because this is where you actually have to start forming a party. So you get to the Dunes, you have to find a campsite. You have to get a party together. So now you have to talk to strangers and ask, can you join their party? Or you have to make a party of your own. First choice, I can see how it ended up like that. Yeah. So what happens is, I could never really get a party. So what I did was, I was a warrior at from level 18. That was like the tank class of in that level range. So I was forming parties. I learned how to form parties. So I had to go into the player search in the area, and I had to look for 2 damage dealers. I had to look for a healer, and I was a tank already. So we was pretty cool. So I needed to find a black mage. That was the hard part. So now you're sitting there praying to God, and when you look in the party search, you have to look for the exclamation point. What happens is, if you're looking for a party, you have to change your what they call that? You have to change your signal from if you're idle or if you're looking for a party. So you change your signal to the exclamation point. That means you don't have a party. So when people search you up, people will send you a DM saying, hey, yo, you want to join our party? If you happen to be the class they were looking for. So you had to go to the search, and you had to pray to God that there was a white mage somewhere that was looking for a party. And you had to hurry up and contact them before somebody else took them. You had to hurry up. So once you got a white mage, you had to pray to God that you wasn't done yet. Just because you had a white mage, you had to pray to God that the other classes was available. Because even though that you have the white mage, you still have people asking that white mage, do they want to join their party? So the white mage was pretty much had diva-like treatment. Was because if you're still looking for party members and didn't have party members, but the other party, if another party had a whole complete party but was missing a healer, that white mage would leave your party to join their party because they had a full party. All they need was a healer. So you don't understand how frustrating it was where you're still looking for a black mage because you need like a mage class to nuke the enemies. And it was so frustrating that all you need to do was look for one more class, and then all of a sudden your white mage would say, dude, like, I'm sorry, I'm going to join this party over here because they have a fully functional party, and all they need was a white mage, so I'm going over there. So then you have to go back and start your search over again. So now the current party that you have, I have my 2 damage dealers. Now I'm missing a black mage and a white mage. So now we looking, and now after a while, your damage dealers are starting to get frustrated, and now you have other people asking them, hey, you want to join our party? They will leave. So now you have no party members. It was frustrating. You couldn't do shit without a party. But that game taught me so much about organizing the team and coordinating attack chains and bonuses, the whole 9 yards. And the best part about an MMO, especially about Final Fantasy XI, was community, man. You don't know how many online friends I made in that game. It got so fun to the point was these people became like family to me. I used to think about Final Fantasy XI while I was in school during class. Couldn't wait to get home so I can get online to talk with my friends. Sometimes we didn't even party sometimes. Sometimes we all just used to hang out and look at the sunset and just chill and talk and everything. But there was also a lot of drama too, which we'll get into in a later video, because I want to do a whole video or a whole stream talking about my experiences with MMOs with Final Fantasy XI, Final Fantasy XIV, Phantasy Star and stuff like that. But I'll save that. But it had a lot to do with females, because we started bringing females into our link shell, our clan. And that's when all the drama broke loose, when we started adding females into our clique. But we'll talk about that later. But Final Fantasy XI, man, was one of my favorite gaming experiences of all time, man. Fell in love with the MMO genre because of it. So yeah, that's pretty much the tier list that we have here, man. We had to break this off into 2 days because I got sidetracked the first day, but we finally finished it, man. This is a lot of these games, man. I definitely recommend up here. My unforgettable experiences and must play are games that I definitely recommend you guys to go check out for yourself, man. These were some great experiences that I've ever had, and it shaped me as a gamer, and it taught me some valuable lessons. You know, playing these games, especially with JRPGs, man. Like you understand the magic behind RPGs, man, and just gaming in general. Like you can learn a lot from video games, and it's a shame that the way gaming is today, man. A lot of these motherfuckers, man, you know, these activists and stuff like that is hijacking, you know, my favorite form of entertainment, man. With this nonsense, and these consulting companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and Black Girl Gamers and all these other companies and these consulting companies, man, and these game journalists and stuff, man, like gaming is not the way it used to be and the way I remembered it. Remember, I'm 37 years old. 37 years old with a 15-year-old daughter. Just to put emphasis on that, to let you know that I've been around for a very long time. I've seen the evolution of gaming. I have so many experiences, and it's sad. And I feel sorry for those who wasn't born during the early era of video games, because you guys have definitely missed out. Especially this generation who was born in 2006, or that was born in 2010 and shit like that. None of y'all like y'all don't know shit. Y'all haven't seen shit when it came to games. Like y'all guys are being robbed. Today when it comes to games, you guys are being fucking robbed. You guys would never ever experience what I experienced. The games that you guys are playing right now don't hold a candle to the shit I was playing back in the day. You guys are being truly robbed. And what's so funny about it is that there is a growing community of young gamers who got YouTube channels who literally wants to relive the early 2000s and the 90s. Their whole channel's dedicated around the 90s and the early 2000s. They even set up their room like the 90s and the early 2000s because they want to actually experience that, because they realize even these type of YouTubers missed out on that. They missed out on that era. 97, but I grew up with most of these consoles at least. Yeah. So that goes to show that this generation, even my daughter asked me, like, Dad, do you have any Y2K clothing? I'm like, what's Y2K? I'm like, what the hell? She said, you know, like the early 2000s and stuff like that. Even my daughter, when I talk with her and I share certain things with her, she wants to. She even thinks that the early 2000s and the 90s had some cool clothing and things of that time, and she also wants to try to find some way to live that somehow, you know, because those periods, just like how my dad thinks about the 80s and stuff like that, the 90s was fucking magical. The early 2000s, when it came to gaming and just the culture in general, living in that era was fucking magical. And the thing is, man, when you lived in that era, you never thought about it. Now that I'm an older man with a kid and with a teenager now, man, I think about it and said, man, I wish I would have took even more advantage of that era, man. I didn't realize how good I had it as a gamer during those times. I wish it was more games that I should have bought during that era, because there's still games in the 90s that I missed out on because I was getting other games and never got around to get other games, like especially like Valkyrie Profile. I never bought Valkyrie Profile. I didn't get into Valkyrie Profile until the PSP when it was released on the PSP. And when I was playing on the PSP, I said, yo, how the fuck did I miss this game? I knew about the game, but I never bought the game. Never bought it. And I'm like, yo, how did I miss? I'm like, yo, this would have been my game back then. Why in the world didn't I buy this game? You know? And now I'm in this era, and I'm looking at a lot of these modern games, and none of them hold the candle to the games that I played back in the day. So there was a lot of games I wish I went back and played. We all had all 3 Xenosaga games, and I didn't even bother playing it. Big mistake. Yeah, we got all 3 Xenosaga games. I didn't play the only one. I bought the 3rd one, but never played the 3rd one. I only played the first game. My brother Keo continued it. He played 1, 2, and 3. I only played the first game. Xenosaga didn't hit the same way Xenogears did. That's why I pretty much bailed out of the Xenosagas. It didn't have the same combat as that I was in love with Xenogears. The story was too convoluted for me. And also the game had more cutscenes than actual gameplay. The game took more control away from the player than it allowed the player to play. Like, literal cutscenes in Xenosaga would last 30 minutes to an hour sometimes. And that was another thing that I really couldn't get into with Xenosaga. Or whatever. So Xenogears was always my favorite. Xenosaga, I really couldn't... Even the mech combat wasn't the same. And then once they got the Xenosaga 3, they got rid of the combo inputs that Xenogears had and the earlier Xenosaga, the first 2 episodes had. So now it was just a regular turn-based RPG with none of the extra special unique mechanics that it had. I was like, I'm good. So as much as I like, what do you mean? I couldn't do it. I got bored of Xenosaga. Like I said, the cutscenes were too long. I wanted to play the game. Like they were too long. Like I'm sitting there most of the time just watching, and like I said, Xenosaga is another one with a complex story, and the story was just getting too involved, and then on top of that, I'm sitting down watching these long ass cutscenes, and I just couldn't get into it. Xenogears, if it made during the same era, you have a point, V. But Xenogears had that gameplay, man. Xenosaga 1, the gameplay was not hitting for me, man. Xenosaga gameplay was not hitting. See, the thing is, the cutscenes would have been forgivable in Xenosaga if I was really into the gameplay. The Xenosaga gameplay was not hitting the same way Xenogears was. That's why I was just taken out of it. Xenogears cutscenes plenty of times, but Xenogears just kept me locked in. But yeah, man. V definitely know, man. Especially in high school, me and V used to talk about Xenogears. He's he the one who introduced me to Bahamut Lagoon, which made me look for it on the emulator. But my brother Keo played Bahamut Lagoon on the SNES emulator. But me and V, man, that's all we used to talk about: Final Fantasy VII, Xenogears, and shit like that. Like, we used to talk about that shit a lot in high school. Yeah. I haven't played the Metal Gears, though I don't know. They even had a mobile spin-off back in the day. Yeah, so that was the thing, man. Like this generation don't know shit about games today. Yes, we got these AAA games that look like movies and stuff. They don't mean shit. All your today's games got microtransactions, cut content, and they selling it to you for $70 and shit like that. Like, this generation of gamers are getting fucking robbed. You're getting robbed. Back then, games were complete games back then. And another thing about games back then is that there was no DLC. Once the game was done, it was done. But the replayability will make you go back and do another playthrough. And then you would try to be a completionist your second playthrough. The replay value for a lot of old games was so high. You wasn't demanding a sequel. You wasn't demanding DLC because there was no DLCs. You played what you have. This generation I'm looking at is that soon they finish a game, people are bored or asking, is it going to be DLC for the game? Is there going to be more story and stuff like that? No, like, once that game, like back then, we were content. We were happy with the game we had. We will keep playing that game over and over again. These generation of gamers always want DLC, want new things added and stuff like that, instead of cherishing with the game for what the game is and stuff. And then on top of that, the microtransactions and everything. And also, back then, all we had was video game magazines. So with the video game magazines, whatever the information that was there, that was it. We didn't have really game trailers in the early 90s. You really didn't have game trailers. You didn't go online to look at trailers. This generation, everybody, if there isn't a trailer, like, when's the next trailer for the game? Or when is the next reveal for the next character? We didn't have any of that shit. You read it in the magazine, or you saw the commercial, and then you hope for the best. When you went into the store, you bought the game, you looked at the box art and said, okay, I'm going to give this game a try. So every games felt more like a surprise, a surprising and a shocking experience, because you wasn't given details. Nowadays, gamers expect developers to constantly update them about a game before it comes out. People are expecting new trailers. People are expecting new interviews on details about games. So you begin to know more about the game before the game comes out. And then what happens is what really messed it up for me is I'm more hype about the game through the whole hype before the game comes out. And then my hype for the game, once I got the game in my hand, I'm not as thrilled or as excited. I was more excited about the journey leading to the game than the actual game itself. Because by the time I get the game, I already have an understanding of the game, because I already have so much knowledge from the trailers, from the developer interviews, and everything. Yeah. I definitely miss manuals too. So I can't believe it's almost been 20 years since high school. Yeah, damn, V, don't say that. It's only almost 20 years since high school. Thanks for subscribing, Samurai. Bro, do not stop. I already feel old as it is. It's almost 20 years. Yeah. And that was the thing, man. Like, today's gaming and the way gaming is, everybody want a dopamine rush. People want a constant stream of information and satisfaction when it comes to these games. So now, like I said before, I'm not excited for games like I used to be. And then on top of that, you're a content creator. As a content creator, you have to stay in the know. So as a content creator, since you have to stay in the know, you have to read up on these games and talk about these games on your channel and stuff. So that also takes some of the thrill away as well for games. So that's why now what I do is, if there's a game that I really like and I'm really want to be intrigued, I don't do no follow-up on the game. I won't even play the demo, like Stellar Blade. I don't want to know nothing else about Stellar Blade. I'll rather just play it. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I cut all my information or everything as far as trailers and stuff is concerned, and never played the demo for Rebirth. Was it the Unicorn Overlord? Never played the demo. Just bought the game. I want to play it. There's a lot of games out there I've been doing recently where I don't want to see no more on it. I don't want to know anything else about it. Once I saw the first trailer, that was enough for me, and I want to go in with no knowledge. Oh yeah, DLC definitely ruined fighting games, because Tekken 8, people are upset right now with Tekken 8, with some of the new features, a battle pass or some shit like that, and they've been Bandai Namco has been banning mods, and they banning mods is because now what they're doing is they're gonna try to sell a lot of this shit to you, and now a lot of the customizable features are now going to be locked behind a battle pass. And this is the era of gaming that we're in now, where everything is so fragmented, everything is so broken up, and everything is so fragmented, everything is so broken up in today's gaming. So now things that used to be common features in games, now these developers and these companies, these executives, they're breaking these games, they're breaking some of these features that used to be a standard in games, and now they're locking them behind a paywall. They're locking them behind battle passes. They're locking them behind microtransactions and everything like that. So this is what's happening to gaming. And like I said, me growing up, you know, watching, you know, growing up in the late 80s and playing from the 90s, early 2000s up into now, I have a frame of reference of what gaming used to be and how it was like. And you guys, in this generation of gamers, y'all getting fucking robbed. You guys are getting robbed. Y'all truly are. And I hopefully that there will be some miracle that the gaming industry resets itself and we get a new golden era of gaming in general in the gaming industry, because we're not in a golden era of gaming as a whole or whatever, because of what's been going on as far as the social activism, these game journalists, these consulting companies, and all this other nonsense that's going on in the gaming industry. We're not in the golden era of video games as a whole. We're not in a golden era. We're not. We truly aren't. And I think the only sense of, I guess you can get that feel of the golden era is going into the indie market and looking at what the independent developers are doing with their games. That's the only way you get that sense of that, you know, that golden era of what gaming used to be. But mainstream gaming and what are these big giant studios are doing, we far from a golden era. A lot of these games are almost like copy and paste. A lot of these games, microtransactions, battle passes. Every game is trying to be a cinematic masterpiece with inflated budgets and everything like that. The updated re-releases weren't even. And then now, you know, we also getting all these remakes, and the remakes in most cases is not even living up to what the classics of the originals and stuff like that. Yup. And I just feel sorry for these new gamers out there, man. Y'all getting robbed. Truly getting robbed. That's why I suggest a lot of you new gamers to go out there and find these old games and see for yourself what you were missing. See for yourself. I'm talking about gamers. Because, you know, casual gamers, they don't give a fuck. But I say, if you're a gamer and you just love games, you love the culture, go back and find these older games. And you'll understand what I'm talking about. And that's why with my streams like this, I guess you can call me a historian. I would love to share my knowledge of what I've known about these older games that I've grown up with. Since a lot of you guys too in my chat and in my community are very young and never got a chance to experience some of this stuff. And I love on Twitter when I post like screen cap, like highlights from my streams. And I like the fact that people send me DMs or leave, you know, like comments saying like, dude, like, thanks for recommending this game. I never knew anything about this. Can you send me a link to where I can see the rest of this and stuff like that? So I love the fact is that I'm able to introduce to a new generation to, you know, of gamers of some of these old games through my lived experience and stuff like that. So that's why I'm definitely loving this stream. Love doing these streams even more, because I'm able to pass this knowledge and share this stuff to a lot of you guys. Yup. But yeah, man. That's pretty much it, man, for this stream. It's getting late. What time is it? Damn, 11:32. Yeah, it's getting late, so I'm about to go wind down. The archive is going to be up, so if you came late to the stream, you can watch the archive, leave comments. I love the fact is that you guys are even watching the archive. Like, I got a couple, like, one of my streams is about to hit 1,000 views, and none of my archives streams never hit 1,000 views. So that's dope that you guys, there's a lot of you guys that are actually watching my archive live streams that y'all missed out on. Also, Monday we're gonna have an episode 2 of the Mugen TV podcast. So I want you guys to stay tuned for that. I'll post up the topic list probably Monday afternoon. But yes, there will be a Mugen TV podcast episode 2. So you guys, if you don't know what the podcast is, we go over a lot of topics. We talk about a lot of topics. We talk about culture war stuff. But I don't want my Mugen TV podcast to just be culture war stuff. Now I want to talk about games too. Games that were announced, and give you my opinions on games that were announced and news regarding certain games and stuff. You know, because first and foremost, I'm a gamer more than anything. And I want you guys to be able to enjoy shit for once and not be because this culture war stuff, even though I cover this stuff, this shit is depressing. This shit is fucking depressing. But we have to get this message out there so people be aware of what's going on in the culture war and what's going on within the industry. But even for me, it's exhausting. Constantly, it's depressing. It's doom and gloom. But this information got to go out there. So my podcast is not always going to be culture war. It's going to be a mixture of everything. But I also want to talk about video games. Give my input on what's going on in the gaming industry as far as these developers and, you know, the potential that these titles may have and everything that surrounds it and stuff. So expect the episode list for episode 2 as far as the topic is concerned to be posted in the community tab and on my Discord as well. So yeah, man. Say, he said, "Hey, Lord, your stream is on my." Okay, thanks, Chris. He said the last guy was really passionate. All the DLC was free except the pre-order, this, that, and the third, the paywall. A bit worried about Digimon games now that the band and then go change producers. So yeah, I just want to play games too and talk about games. So we're gonna have a mixture of culture war and gaming topics to discuss. So stay tuned for episode 1. We're going to go back and I'll be streaming again my playthrough of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth hard mode during the week as well. So you can tune in and watch me play some Rebirth and everything. I am going to do a Tekken 8 stream. I'm not sure when. I'm not going to make any promises just yet. But there will be a Tekken 8 stream. Maybe a Street Fighter 6 stream coming. And a Grand Blue Fantasy Versus stream. I have to get back to Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. I haven't beaten it yet because I got so caught up with Rebirth at the time. So I'll be doing some multiplayer Grand Blue Fantasy with my brothers as well on stream. So you guys will be able to have a good time and we can laugh and joke. And then there will be another Real Talk stream. I don't know when yet we're going to do it, but I will be streaming this week. I'll probably most likely be streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Friday this week. So you guys have something to look forward to. And I may even stream on Saturday coming up. Not sure yet. But I guess I hope you guys say, have you spoken to Maximilian, dude? I doubt. Why? Is there a link to the Discord? Oh yeah, I can give you the link to the Discord. Give me a second. Have I talked to Maximilian, dude? I doubt it. Why would Maximilian dude even answer or reply to me? This dude's a big YouTuber. I'm a nobody. I'm pretty sure that many people contact him. I doubt I would ever get a chance to do a video with Maximilian. Like Maximilian hardly do videos with anybody, and if he is, it's more so with bigger players. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not even bothering to contact Maximilian. Like, who the hell am I? like who the hell am I? Oh, matter of fact, go to my cause I had to go to my laptop and stuff. If you want to join my Discord, call it Real Talk After Dark. I like that, V. Go to my community tab on my YouTube channel. If you're trying to join my Discord, go to my community tab on my YouTube channel. I have posted an invite. I have an invite post in my community tab. Go there. Because the invite expires in 7 days. So just go to my community tab right now and go to the invite link. Thanks, Raph. Thanks, Raph. I also contacted Nice Guy Prince. He never even answered me. I emailed him, and he probably seen it or whatever. But I contacted Nice Guy Prince because I wanted to do a video with him. Never got a reply. Never got an answer back from him. I'm supposed to do. I'm just waiting for him to let me know when he's available, because I contacted David Vank. He's a RPG. He's more so an RPG YouTuber. Me and him actually talked, and he said right now he's been busy with he said sure, I would love to collab. He said right now he's been on tour or whatever like that, but he said whenever he's not busy, he said he would like to do like a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth video. But yeah, I went to Night Sky Prince. He never even bothered to answer me or whatever. But like I said before, I doubt Maximilian would do a video with me. And we should do a video. Oh yeah, sure, of course. Said wife who talk after dark. Man, it got boring to me lately. You just play Final Fantasy now. Destroy your friend. I think said Nomura. K. Dot said, "You think Nomura is the reason why Final Fantasy VII no, Nomura had nothing to do with Rebirth. I like Rebirth more than I like Remake because Nomura had more. He was more involved in Remake because right now he's more. Right now they got him doing Kingdom Hearts 4, so he's more hands off on Rebirth or whatever. That's why I like Rebirth more. Rebirth was much darker and it felt less like Kingdom Hearts. And hopefully I can do a video. I would like to do a video with Player Essence. So I haven't contacted OJ yet. I would like to do a video with him and see if that's possible. And I'd like to do a video with RGT85 as well. Well, rate the music video. I probably won't even do a rate the music video. That's not really my thing. Yeah. So yeah, DJ is right. Nomura is just the creative director in Rebirth. He has nothing to do with it. But yeah, there's plenty of people I do want to do collabs with, but they just had to respond to my messages. He said I have mixed feelings for the Final Fantasy remake and Rebirth. Oh yeah. Look, you know, you can go to my channel. You definitely hear my opinion about the remake and Rebirth. I got a whole 1 hour and 20-minute spoiler rant on that shit and everything. But yeah, that's pretty much it. The next stream won't be until Monday. I'll be streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Monday's gonna be a episode 2 podcast. I don't know what Tuesday stream. I don't know what Wednesday stream is gonna be or Friday just yet. Friday may be a real talk stream. We may be doing a real talk stream where I'm just chilling with you guys. Guys can ask me. Matter of fact, Friday's gonna be an Ask Me Anything, stream / real talk stream. So you guys can be able to ask me anything, and we'll have our regular real talk discussions, and we can just talk, you know. So we can definitely do that on Friday. That's what Friday going to be. Did you know that Sega of America tried to form a partnership with Sony after? Yeah, I heard about that. Somebody was telling me about that in the chat in one of my streams or whatever. So yeah, we'll definitely do that, guys. Well, I'll bring the popcorn. So yo, this is V said I'm trolling then. Oh my god. Why did I get V started? I got this nigga started. So yeah. So real talk on Friday. I'm not sure what Wednesday going to be yet, but Monday is going to be podcast episode 2, and then Friday is going to be real talk. I'll decide after Monday what Wednesday stream is going to be. Wednesday may be a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth gameplay of hard mode. It may end up being that. Not sure yet, but we'll have to wait and see. My goal is to try to have a streaming presence. This time I'm gonna be even more diligent and more like disciplined when it comes to streaming. So I did it. I passed my first challenge. I streamed not only 3 times, I think I streamed 4 times this week. So you think part 3 they'll show Aerith? That's another thing they fucked up. No, why would they show Aerith burial? We missed the burial. They fucked it up. They wanted to be so clever with Aerith death, and they skipped the whole burial. So I doubt we're gonna get the burial. So yeah, I can't wait to see what the PC players are going to, because the PC players are waiting for Rebirth. So I can't wait to see, you know, once the PC community gets involved and what their opinions is once they actually play the game themselves and everything. But yeah, so that's pretty much it. I won't be covering the Stellar Blade demo because I won't be playing it. I'm waiting for the game to release. I will be talking about Princess Peach Showtime because I bought the game for me and my daughter as well. So probably sometime this week I'll probably be talking about Princess Peach Showtime and give you my thoughts on that as well. So I hope you guys have a good night. I'll be seeing you guys on Monday. Have a great Sunday or just a great Easter or whatever. And I'll be seeing you Game Fiends later.